Yes, sir. Let's go. What's up, everybody? How are we doing? This is our first time back in like a couple weeks having a full, healthy squad, right?
It is. This is crazy. I feel like it's been at least 3 weeks.
Yeah,
it's been forever
since we've talked publicly in front of 26 people and climbing.
It's been like few iterations of like sometimes I've jumped into some with Mike or Greg's been there without me, but the full squad back. You guys had a busy weekend, right?
Yeah, we did. We had a busy weekend. Greg, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm actually assembling a little recap of the weekend.
Wow!
I not like usual. I did not do my homework before the stream, so I'm going to be doing it in real time. So give me 5 minutes, and we'll show you some of the highlights.
We got some big chili highlights in there.
We got some Dapper Boys highlights.
The Dapper Boys were there. They absolutely were there. It was a good time. I'm sure we'll talk about it a little bit more. I feel like, yeah, dude, look at that. Look at John.
Look at that comment, Greg. This is your boy, John Boy Beats right here, right?
John, I still owe John Jones a moment. It's coming. It's coming. Yeah. I just got to figure out what it is.
Yeah. Look at Daniel D. We're gonna talk about that. Run it back. He said, y'all know I want that weight. I'll lose a kidney for real. I did a Underdog fantasy draft. Shout out Underdog Fantasy Sports.
Shout out Underdog.
Promo code hold. We did a fantasy draft a little bit earlier today, and Daniel D was just sniping Miami Heat members left and right.
Okay, so can we do one with me as well? Can I do a show and you help me through that? Because I'm really excited about it. I love that it's best ball and I can just draft away.
Once and done.
It's built for me. This is perfect, and I'd love to do it with you. I will also say, and this is a shout out to you, Mike, you helped me draft a fantasy football team.
Yep.
And it's not best ball, it's season long. 3-0 in that league.
3-0. Let's go.
3-0. Why I didn't have you do my other ones, I don't know. But I'm 3-0 in that one. It was like Cooper Kupp, Stafford, Stack, Javonte Williams. I forgot who else we got. It's a beautiful team. My other leagues, not so much. Not doing so well. Some are better than others for sure, but that one is by far like I annihilated my opponent by like 70 points this week. Just crush them. Speaking
of annihilation, shout out Austin in the Team Hold Discord who sent over Xavier Tillman to me today because I annihilated him this week in fantasy, and I'll be giving away that Xavier Tillman. So this is how giveaways are going to work in the near future. Whoever I go up against Team Hold will put up some moments. It'll be a smoke show, and then I'll give it away.
Right, I like it.
I'm so bad this year. I'm in 3 fantasy leagues, which is one too many for the record, and I am getting demolished.
You're really good though. Are you sure you're that bad this year? I don't know.
In one league, I've been outscored. Like I beat everyone else in the league except the person I've played in 3 weeks in a row. So that sucks.
Good.
In the Team Hold league, I'm just hot. Miles Sanders was like 3 yards away from me winning, but I lost.
Yep.
Just hot guard. It's not my year. I got to focus on getting married, I guess.
I guess that's okay. I feel like we are going to talk about that. We are going to touch upon the bachelor party a little bit. I do think we need to talk about it, especially because the Dapper Boys were present. Yep. We've got Run It Back that we're going to get into. We're going to be ripping some packs today, and I don't know if you guys know this, but it's going to be some WPT packs.
I can't wait.
Ooh.
Man, I've gotten so many emails from that theta about random stuff. I don't even know what's happened over there, so I'd love an update.
Shout out the Shuckster. Dylan Shuck DM'd me last night. He's like, you got to get these packs, Flip City. So I scooped 2.
Okay.
Excited to do that. But I think as we just talked about fantasy football, I think we got to start there. We have some NFL coming in. It feels like it's coming this season based on that announcement. First reactions, how are we feeling?
I can't wait. I have a lot of questions about this.
I'll answer them.
I'm all right. Great. We've got an inside man here, Mike Scarian. Let's go. So I'm curious how they're going to look, and I'm curious what the fan community is going to think about. I think NBA, it's very easy, I think, to attach the player in the moment because there's nothing covering their face, right? The NFL has that barrier. You're also, I feel like, a little further from the action when you look at the thing. I mean, it doesn't dissuade you when you're watching the game or any of that stuff. Yeah. But you're looking at so many people on the field during a play, during a deep, 60-yard Hail Mary. You're looking at that. NBA moments, they're vertical. Right. They're 9x16.
Right.
And then you kind of focus on just the player and the action that's there. It's not quite like the whole court. Right. So I'm very curious how that's going to look and if it is going to feel the same as how we feel when we look at, Anthony Edwards coming down the lane and dunking. Are these moments going to feel the same way? I'm very, very curious to see how that looks.
Well, I read something that said they came out and said that they won't look the same, that they'll look completely different, which I actually makes sense to me. And there was honestly I think it was on the website that we signed up for this morning. There was the when they finally showed footage after all the like titles that came in and the graphics, when they finally showed footage, it was in more like a oval badge instead of the square cube Top Shot that we're used to. It seemed like just a totally different design, and that could just be a flourish of that piece of creative, but that also could be the way that you view moments, just giving more real estate to the horizontal, like you said, Dustin. But still focusing on the player.
So I was wondering, like, are they just going to use like the all 22 footage, like the footage that we don't even see? It's almost like the NFL's footage, how they break down film. Is like that the type of footage we're going to see?
I don't know if it would go that far, because I think when you see iconic moments, you want to see some of the footage that you're familiar with. If there's one additional angle throw in to just to be like, oh wow, I've never seen that play from that moment. Like if it's the ref cam or something, I don't know what that would be, or the pylon. I think that would be cool. But I think that if you're saying this oval that resembles a football, I definitely want to see more than I would on a traditional 9x16. So I'm curious how that plays out, because of the way that football's action is built, I think you need to see some of that and focus in on what's happening.
So Chris McCabe Beard just said what I was thinking. Like, so do you think maybe these moments are going to be longer? Like, are we going to, because I was thinking, and I want to shout out Phil from the First Mint, who called this play out from this past week, because the Jaguars, wow, Bandy just saw something and took off. The Jaguars, the Cardinals attempted a field goal, like a 68-yard field goal at the end of the first half, that the Jaguars then returned for a touchdown, which was like a pretty crazy play that doesn't happen very often, and like would be a cool moment. But that's got to be like a 90-second to 2-minute moment, right?
Right.
Like that's a long play, and I feel like a lot of these are like, unless they're going to do like a Greg edit where all of a sudden it's like, zzz, like a little jump cut, right?
With some Benny Hill music playing.
Yeah. So run the
going all fast. I don't know. Those are all good questions.
That's a really good point. I think what'll happen, I mean, we have the NBA model, which is essentially 3 shots of the action from 3 different angles, usually. But using that play as an example, I'm imagining they'll play it out straight, and then you'll get just the moment itself, which actually that's a tough one when you think about that play, because is it him catching it? Is it him scoring the touchdown? Is it like, or is it the top 3 moments of him evading tackles on the way down? Like, do you see the thing in full, and then you see the catch, the evasion?
So are you thinking like in the same way that they have dunks, assists, handles, 3-pointer, jump shot, right? That there is catch, run, first down, touchdown. Like I feel like that's going to be a little tricky to make that happen.
I think they'll do like offensive plays, defense. Like, that's a good point. But using that play as an example, no, I think that would be such a letdown if you're like, oh, I got the catch of the 106-yard, like what do they call it? The kick six.
Oh yeah,
the kick six.
Kick six.
Yeah, that'd be so immensely disappointing just to pull up and be like, yeah, I got the catch. He did score a touchdown in this moment later. You can read that in the description, but they're not showing that.
No, I feel like
they'll show the whole thing.
Yeah, special teams touchdown, right? I feel like that's what they'd call it, special teams touchdown. But and then I was thinking too, right? So in the NBA moments, every player in the NBA can get excited about potentially having a moment, right? But if you are the right guard on the Cleveland Browns, are you getting a moment?
No.
Do you know his name?
Joe Thomas.
Well, he's definitely retired. That was my first guess too. Joe Thomas. No, but like, what are they going to do with that, right? Because we know proceeds from the NFLPA. You got to think, or linemen, even I guess like safeties
they get a cut of everything because they're part of the Players Association.
But do they get an NFL card? Do they get like a Panini card that you pull in a pack typically, or are they left out?
Yeah, they do. Some of them. So yeah, I've gotten some offensive linemen.
So I just wonder what they do with that, because then it's like, I mean, clearly those will be valued less, right? Like no disrespect to the linemen, but Because to me, the offensive linemen are the only ones that wouldn't get one. Because you could see defensive linemen or linebackers get sacks, interceptions, safeties, defensive backs getting picks. Like
Right.
there's a lot, like offensive linemen and like I don't know. I'm just curious how they're going to handle that whole team O line. I kind of like that.
I'll say
ticket.
maybe I would say not yet. I think there's room for that to come to then include them down the line. But I think at launch, you want to go with Tom Brady. You want to go with Lamar Jackson. You want to go with Mike Zakarian for the Green Bay Packers. You want to have those familiar faces. And I think you need to go start out with the stars, and then we can build to the rest of the players, and include some O linemen if they, split the D and it makes a open hole for the running back, and it's something kind of substantial. You got to be choosy with those. So maybe.
The other thing I was wondering too, do you think they roll it out similarly to the WNBA? And I don't think this is Andy Reid get him home though. Oh man. A hydrated Andy Reid, that is. Do you think they roll it out similarly to the WNBA, where we get, so maybe it's like week 10 and they're like the best moms of the year so far, and then we get like, I don't know, the history, like not a run it, something like a run it back. Like, how do we think they roll this out?
It's a great question, Greg. What do you
think?
I don't think you can start it with historic moments. I think you gotta
Well, I don't think they are, because
they
put Rodgers and two other players in the like video that went out, right? It was like Rodgers and two other NFL players. So my gut is that it's starting with current this season stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
That's right. Yeah, I think they got to start. I think they got to start with this season, set the tone for how it's going to work. Obviously, we know like a future, I guess we don't know, but an ideal future situation for both NBA Top Shot and NFL fill in the blank is next day moments. So until they have that, they have to set a different tone. But I don't think they go back. I think they keep that for what they're doing on NBA Top Shot.
I think they mentioned in somewhere a blog about not what it run it back, but there's some version of that. I read it somewhere in there about legendary players and legendary moments.
Well, and the reason I ask about that is, oh man, Jeb, sorry, we got to share this. Says I need a Top Shot debut of Brady kissing his son. The reason I ask it that is because I don't know. It seemed like the way they rolled out the W might be a blueprint for how they move forward, where you get some of this season, probably a common, rare, legendary, and then they're also like, here's a throwback set of sorts. And that's grasping at straws. I don't know that, but I'm just thinking.
I think the other angle to talk about, and sort of Brandon brought this up here, is that there's 7 guys from the NFL covered in the cardboard world. Seems like it's going to be tough to have a Top Shot style with every player. I kind of agree with that in the sense that there's definitely stars, right, that are going to be a cut above, but is there the equivalent of, I'm going to make this up, is there who is a Ja Morant for the NFL?
Justin Herbert.
Well, right, as a quarterback, I'm trying to, I guess you could say the same thing. He would be I'm trying to like find like, okay, Tyler Lockett has been great on Seattle.
Yeah.
Do you care to have his NFL moment?
No, but here's the thing that I would say.
If I'm a Seattle fan, I do.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great point.
Right, that's fair.
But what I would say is the same is true for the NBA.
Right.
Right? So like there's nobody's out there trying to get Xavier Tillman cards right now. No one's out there trying to get what's another good example? Probably even Jaylen Brown cards, right? Like I don't think he's very popular in, that might not be true, but in the cardboard world. And I think that's similar, right?
Yeah. So I guess the hope is that Devontae Adams is another good name. When I'm trying to break down, this is sort of my brain in real time, is I think this what separates NBA Top Shot and NFL, whatever we're going to call it, from the cardboard world, because we would both say, okay, I don't know that I care to have I'm trying to make up like a random wideout, Cooper Kupp, right? Good player, but however, if it's the amazing catch that he did during X, Y, and Z, that already separates itself from just getting like if you open a pack of cards and you get a Cooper Kupp, you're like, okay, like I mean, I like him. I'm a Rams fan too, so like cool, but it's not quite as coveted. However, if it's a moment that is really like an amazing catch or something where he burst like a 90-yard, like something cool, that just automatically elevates that to be, I think, a little more coveted than anything else. And I think that's what this has going versus, you know, the cardboard world. And I come from the cardboard world, and I still have some cards that I collect. So
I mean, I don't think this is a very hot take, but I do hope almost I hope that the supply remains relatively limited early on, meaning that like, I think there are a handful of specific NFL plays every single week that are sick. And I think that'll get people excited about stuff like getting sick things. I think what might be a little weird is if on 2nd and 8, somebody runs a 6-yard out and up, or what? Not out and up, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like a slant or whatever, and it goes for 6 yards, and now it's 3rd and 2. Like, I don't think anyone's being like, oh man, I got that Keenan Allen grab over the middle.
Right. And this isn't me like saying, I don't know. I don't have an answer. I don't know who I want. Probably some Rams, because I do like Cooper Kupp. I like the Rams. But like, I think it's going to be more what it's always been about for me with Top Shot, about the moment. Like if the moment is cool, I'm going to probably want it versus it just being a player that I like or someone good from a team. Like if it's we've talked about LaMelo's moment. I don't like it. I don't care to own it. I don't care that it's his TSD because I'm not a fan of the moment. Right. But there's other moments that I think are sick that I'd rather just have. And it's regardless of who the player. I just recently bought a Darius Garland for $5 because it's like, all right, whatever. It's Darius Garland. But the assist is sick. It's a cool moment. And I think that's where I'm like trying to wrap my head around, what am I going to do when I go after this? Stars for sure. But I also think just really cool plays that have stuck out. Like we talked about the LeBron 3, no look 3 when it came out. We all wanted that because of what it was. It happened to be LeBron, which helps, but it's also this moment that became pretty iconic. So I think it's anything that feels memorable or like, damn, that was a sick play. I remember that. And I couldn't believe it. I think I want those moments.
Yeah.
I have a long-term hot take for this because this is harder to find like the icon. It's not this strong.
Did you call it a hot take? Go ahead, man.
All right, fine.
Like old school.
Since we're having trouble classifying these moments and kind of worried about lopsidedness over plays and you know, those 4-yard gains or, you know, 10-yard catches or whatever, what if there was a pack called Year in Review where it's cut to music and it's their top 5 plays of the year in a single moment, in a single badge or cube or whatever it is? But what if fuck is bubble ball? What if it's Keenan Allen's? What if it's Keenan Allen's top 5 plays? So you have those individual moments. They may be more heavily leaning towards the Keenan Allens versus the offensive linemen. But what if it's like you get that Year in Review set where you see their top 5, their top 10, whatever that is?
Yeah, it sounds like too you were just pitching a job. Like that's what that sounded like to me. You're like, hey, if anyone's listening, I would love to cut up some videos of the top 5 plays and fire them out there. So ladies and gentlemen, everybody hire Greg Dunbar.
I'm available from 8 to 9 p.m. Pacific every night and 2 hours on the weekends.
No, I like that. I like that, Greg. I think that I like the idea of the Year in Review. And I think I wasn't initially thinking when you started that take that it was going to be about an individual player. I thought you were just thinking like top 5 catches of the year or something like that. But I kind of like that it's like you get a bundle of a player. And
this is interesting too, that Deep Threat says like they have, as we know from those Super Bowl films, they have all the NFL films, like really high quality.
Well, they have the announcers, right? Is what they were saying. And so we can get.
Oh, they do in these moments. They do.
I think I read on the blog that they have the announcers locked in, whereas they didn't have it for NBA. So that's exactly what I was going to say. That's where my head was going. Gus Johnson. I want any call with Gus Johnson because it automatically elevates whatever the moment is.
Yeah, Gus Johnson and Aqib Talib, sign me up for every single one of those calls together. Yeah, I like that. The other thing I was thinking too. Yeah, seriously, when Nacho. I wonder. So, like you first thought about when you think about football, it's either gambling or fantasy football. That's like the biggest impact of football, right?
Yep.
And so my first thought was like, are we going to see a Moment Ranks-esque fantasy game? Maybe somehow OTM's TOC thing is involved. Like, how are they going to, whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
The other thing that I started thinking, though, like if you are relatively new, even if you're not new to the NFT space, but you do play fantasy football, so say you win this year, right? Dustin, who's like you're the best player on the team that's 3-0 right now? Cooper Kupp?
Yeah, well, Stafford's been money as my QB, and Cooper Kupp probably.
So, like, are you out there being like, man, I got to get from this year where I crushed fantasy, I need to get a little Stafford and Cooper Kupp to commemorate this year's fantasy season? Like, are we going to be drawn to those?
Yes. So I'll give you a perfect example.
Yeah.
My last season, I drafted Justin Herbert, and I stuck with him, and he helped. I ended up in second place, but he helped me get that far in a team where I lost my first round pick due to injury. Mm-hmm. So, but he helped level everything, and I was able to trade my starting QB for someone else to help fill the void, and then I started Herbert, and I got really invested in Justin Herbert to the point that, like, from the physical world, I bought a few more of his cards because I really like the guy, and also he's just really good. But to your point, if I wasn't a Rams fan and I had Stafford and Kupp stacked right on my team and I win, I'll probably want to have those moments to commemorate it, like you're saying, or just to say, like, they helped me out. I'm invested in. I want some of their moments.
Yeah, I like that. I like that because I was thinking too, like right now, I weirdly have a lot of Vikings on all of my teams, and it's like, I'd probably pick up an Adam Thielen or Justin Jefferson. Yeah, just to have it. I'll be
think about. Oh no, just like the franchise potential for dynasty leagues and stuff, where you're like, that's my guy. He's going to be on my team for 5 years or the rest of his career. I'm throwing all my weight behind him. Yeah. And then imagine integrating these moments into fantasy too. The possibilities are crazy.
Yeah. So I think now, stepping away from football a little bit, what like just seeing the announcement, what were your thoughts just in general? Like big picture NBA, Top Shot, big picture Dapper, the NFT space. Like, what was when we saw like the breadcrumbs at first from the Sports Business Journal, and then to see the official announcement this morning? What were your thoughts?
I think it helps legitimize Dapper even further. I think there's already a core community who already is bought in, but I think it also, just to everyone else on the outside looking in or from the NFT space, I think it helps push Dapper again to continue that they are the prestige elite, best of the best in this world, and La Liga, NFL. It's kind of like it's the gold standard, is what I'd say. I think what also needs to happen is, I think there's going to be a lot of education and a lot of doubt from NFL fans. I think there's going to be a lot. Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of work that needs to be done to get the NFL fan base into it. But you see the potential, which is why it makes sense to go after this audience. They're already playing in fantasy, which they're spending money. They're probably already doing DraftKings and doing Sunday bets. So they're already spending money on this.
Right.
This will be another avenue for them to spend money or invest or gamble, however you want to position it in your head, whatever helps you sleep at night. But I think that audience isn't there yet. And there's going to be a lot of heavy lifting that still needs to be done from the Dapper side to get them to buy into this. Because I don't think they're like, from the sports card world or whatever, it's like NFL is still like a step below. I just don't think there's many collectors as there is for basketball or even for baseball. I think they're more into the physical space. They like going to games. They like buying jerseys and wearing jerseys. I think there's opportunities to bring them in and say, these moments get you tickets to this game, or these moments can get you a Zeke jersey, right? Like things like this to start to say, oh, wow, I see it now. Because I think for us and a lot of us early in, we just got it. It didn't matter. We were definitely fans of the NBA, but we got it. I think the NFL, majority of that fan base needs a lot of education, and it can get there.
But that's where I think that's their biggest opportunity is the team. People bleed for their team. They die for their team. Like Bills fan, like imagine
tailgating, all that stuff. Absolutely.
That tailgating culture for sure. Yep. Like I think Dapper with Top Shot has already started dabbling into that space.
Yep.
And all they have to do is crack that. And how how does this represent your fandom is more valuable or stronger than your friend who's either rooting for the same team or rooting for another team.
Here's another
close.
thing.
They're close to that.
Right. Yeah. And to your point, Greg, here's another thing. If you're part of, if you're in NFL, whatever it's called, you get a special space to do your tailgating, and we're going to provide the food and drinks for you. Like connect that to the moments for those diehard fans. And we're going to provide jerseys for everyone that's coming with, like, things like that will just instantly click for a lot of NFL fans to say, oh man, and I get to have this highlight of my favorite. I'm making it up. Like, I'm Dak Prescott 80-yard bomb, right? Like stuff like that. Or maybe you get to meet Troy Aikman, right? Like, you're a Cowboys fan and you get to meet Troy Aikman as a result. Like, connecting that, I think, is going to be the easiest way in for a lot of those NFL fans. And I think that would be the way I would approach it. And to your point, Greg, there's a ton of opportunity with that. A ton.
I also think the intro to what we saw at Summer League, right, with the fandom moments, I think, to me, this is a no-brainer. I mean, it's probably a little bit harder to initiate at an NFL stadium versus Summer League, where like there's maybe 2,000 people at Summer League and an NFL stadium's like 60,000. But if you're trying to integrate a bunch of new people in the football space, you have a kiosk set up and you're like, here's a free fandom moment, right? And like, not even a $5 moment, a free fandom moment if you're a new user or whatever. I do think that onboards people pretty quickly, because as we've seen with like what happened in Summer League, that's kind of like instant ROI on some of those things. But again, the idea of like going to a physical game and then immediately being able to take something away from that into that metaverse space is pretty sick. And I think
here's an easy one for you, Mike. Here's an easy one. You have, if you have that kiosk or whatever it is, you get your choice of your Philadelphia Eagles hat or a free football, like a real actual football. You sign up for NFL. I'm going to make it up again, kickoff or whatever the hell it's going to be called, right? You sign up for that. You can get your free fandom pack, or you get to choose a free moment from your favorite team. And you also then get to have a free hat from your team. Yeah. Or a football. They're going to want it, right? Like, why not? I'll do it. Right away. This is cool. And then now I have an account, and you have this moment in your account of, Jalen Hurts, 60-yard touchdown run. Oh man, that's cool. I love that play. And you get to take away something physical from it. I think that is an easy way for them to say, oh man, this is cool. And wait, and I can buy more packs when I get home. Yes, you can. You can buy more packs when you get home. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Blah.
Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. It feels like an easy integration too. John Moran equals CeeDee Lamb. That's pretty good, John Jones.
I saw that a couple times. Yeah.
That's pretty good. I think for me, my biggest thing, because, we've been, speculating. Oh, cameo.
Oh,
let's go. Wow, waving.
Oh, does he need help? Does he?
What's going on?
Oh yeah, he's got fans now.
What is she doing? He didn't know we were doing this.
Oh,
you got anything special for the fans? Are you coming back? He'll be back.
Okay, so that was the pre-cameo.
Yeah.
We speculated about what this was going to mean for a while, right? When people were tweeting out football emojis and we get excited. And I think initially there was like, oh, we're going to see the market dip down a little bit. We haven't seen much of that. I mean, the one thing we've seen is the cool cats go freaking nuts. Yeah. Which I think we can
all those moment displays too are being shipped out. People are seeing them. I think people are getting a little FOMO and wish that they had them too, which is kind of nice.
Well, I think everyone's making the assumption they're going to get into the NFL early because they're in the 9 Lives Lounge too, which I don't know.
How would you feel about that, Mike, as someone who was formerly in the 9 Lives Lounge?
No, I don't think I'd be mad. I think I'd be happy for those people. I would. God.
Forgot we had that one, dude. Had that one tucked away.
Yikes.
Good.
No, I don't think I'd be mad, but I also don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I heard that take from you, and I agree.
Yeah,
I think it's going to stick to basketball.
Yeah, I do. Well, I mean, they did hook up the Seuss's, right?
I think it's going to stick to basketball.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back.
Oh boy,
he's got some Mickey hands. Nicely done, Wes. Anything else?
Really good. Take a bow, Wes.
That's it. All right, take a bow. Well done. High five before you say peace.
A+.
Later.
A+. Is he
Well
kind
done.
of- Go ahead, Greg.
You just got to admire his turnaround time. That was
quick.
he just whipped up a character.
Yeah, that
It's
was
like
a bit that he
Zakarian
came
level.
up, by the way. He's just trying to close it with those hands.
Yeah. Is he taller than me now?
No, you still got a few inches on him, Mike. Don't worry.
All right, good. What's he, 9?
Also, this is an amazing callback to his own joke.
Nice.
But yeah, I think I don't know what's gonna happen with that. But I do think it was funny because my initial thought was like, okay, maybe the market dips down a little bit, but ultimately it's a good thing. Now I don't even think that. I'm like so excited about it, even though I was thinking it was gonna come anyways. It just feels like one of those rising tides things, you know?
Yeah, I agree. It's just, if anything, it's more excitement about what this platform is.
Yeah.
Right? It's
and just more education.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's on Dapper, and the sky's the limit in terms of the connection between them. Like, is there going to be another, whether it's an app or maybe there's an app where it's just, you can't buy on there, but you just showcase your moments and you can do it across all sports. Like, because
that's my gut is what it's going to be, like how the Comixology is. You can't buy in the app store. You can't buy those comics, but you can read them in the app. You purchase them offline so that they don't have to give any money to Apple or Google, since they're an Amazon owned company.
Yeah,
that's smart. And then just improving that and making that like shareable and I can check out my friend's collection. I'm so jealous he has this moment. And he did a highlight reel of his favorite, New England players from across all sports.
Yeah. Well,
hell yeah. Except the Red Sox, they suck.
It is funny. Yeah, they do suck. I'm not ready to talk about them right now.
No.
We did talk. It was funny. I feel like I forget what show it was, but we started talking about how like we thought announcements were coming. It might have been my first marketplace back. We're on Tuesday, which is fucking yesterday. Now it feels like it was 4 or 5 days ago. But since then, we've had a WNBA showcase challenge come out. We've had the NFL announced, and now Run It Back. And now we've got Run It Back coming from the 05-06 year. We know Dwayne Wade was tweeting about Top Shot today. Oh my God. What is Nerdbird? What are we doing? This is in honor of Real Rad Dad and his goal to feed starving whales in the world. He'll know what that means. Spend it however he wants. Moan giveaway VIPJs or whatever. Jesus.
You can't be doing that. That's too nice, Nerdbird. You can't be doing that.
Yeah, Nerdbird donating on behalf of other people. Also, Nerdbird, we still have to I feel like we still need to give away a handful of VIPs for you from another show. Wait, what did you share? Is it this one?
There's a lot of things funny about this. One is that Dustin also is wearing the corded headphones.
Yeah.
The second funny thing is that I have never worn AirPods on this program. And this is the only reason I'm doing it is because I lost my corded headphones and I'm fucking mad because I love them.
You do love them. I can confirm that Greg does love them.
And it sounds like trash in my ears. Sounds like I wish it also might be my Wi-Fi. But
no, Wi-Fi's good today. Wi-Fi's strong today.
Yeah, looking good.
We've been working on that. We've been chipping away towards season 3, getting better Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So
when we come out of beta, Greg will come out of Wi-Fi hell.
That's right.
But yeah, I mean, we're getting Run It Back. Unfortunately, I saw the Celtics roster for what that looks like, and it's a fucking dumpster fire. But outside of that, it's like a lot of Kendrick Perkins, Delonte West. It's
Need it.
Orion Green, Gerald Green, Majorie Green, Taylor Green,
Dan Green,
Dan Green. But I am excited. I'm like it. Just there's so much momentum right now. It's so much momentum.
So we know it's not going to be Kobe, right? They mentioned in the blog post of like it's for special players that can do something different. So we know Kobe's not going to be in there.
Yeah.
My question is, will there be a Lakers moment or no? Because then he might be in it.
Right, because I see what you're saying. Like he might just be around. Yo, Sasha Vujacic. You don't think we're gonna get a Sasha Vujacic?
I was hoping for a Slava Medvedenko personally, but I don't know if I can be convinced. Or Von Wafer,
Brian Cook. I think I read it's gonna be Brian Cook.
Oh,
Devin George.
Good Google real quick, my Greg.
Yeah. So this
is that too deep a cut?
Yeah,
that's great.
That's. I think none of the above. I don't think there will be a Lakers one because of that, which is fine.
Yeah.
Let's wait.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. Perfect Serial says, what do you think about the min count though? I think sub
Oh, did
1,000, right?
Did they not? Well, it's a rare pack, right? So it's going to be probably $200, $99.
Well, that's the question too. For the run it back, why is it going to be more expensive than the ladies run it back?
Ooh, I maybe. I could see it being anywhere. I mean, like, again, I can't peg these prices. So if you told me it was 80 or $399, I'd believe both of those.
I have another hot take.
I'm gonna call my shot. 149.
149. All right, hold on. Full screen.
No, I need some help first. Who are like your top 5 players you'll want to see from 05-06? All
Vince Carter. Vince Carter.
Vince Carter. Dwayne Wade is going to get a championship badge on it, and it'll be his Top Shot debut.
Oh, that's tight.
I mean, Yao Ming, T-Mac, right? That was that Rockets era of Yao Ming and T-Mac. I think that would be pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Yao Ming would be dope. That'd be good.
Was Melo on the Nuggets in 05?
I'm looking up. AI is there
Shaq,
on the Sixers.
Shaq, AI.
Yeah, Dirk.
Shaq on the Heat, I guess. Well, he'll be in the Wade moment, right?
Yeah, probably.
All right, this kind of evaporates my hot take
for the Celtics.
Yeah, but that's like post-stabbing, I think. I don't know if
this kind of evaporates my hot take, but I was thinking they got this rare pack and they're clearly going to announce certain players from it, one being Dwayne Wade, which is why it kind of poo-poos this idea. But what if this rare pack are players like of Dwayne Wade caliber, but they save the top 5 for a legendary pack out of a 99 to drop after this? Like, here's your rare. Lots of people are happy. They got their run it backs. Boom. Here's 5 more players from that season.
Interesting.
So you have a rare tier and you have a legendary tier, and they're just feeding it to us one at a time.
I mean, I like that. I don't think that's going to happen, but I like that idea a lot.
If Dwayne Wade's in the top 5, he obviously they announced him, so that kind of also 5 is just such an arbitrary number. It could be the top 3. It could be 1. Who knows?
Yeah. I don't know. I like that idea, though. I really do like that idea. I mean, they also toyed around with the idea of having common run it backs, right? There was going to be some commons and some rares. So maybe
who's in a common run it back?
That's who should be, or Orion Green, or whoever that was from the Celtics. He should be, or Brian Scalabrine. Scalabrine was on that roster. Give Scal a run it back.
Stop it.
Yeah, in the same way that freaking Jeremy Grant was orating his moments, we'll get no, it wasn't Jeremy Grant. Who was it? Torrey Craig. We'll have Scal do that.
Von Wafer.
Oh wow.
Yeah, no, he won't make the cut. Don't worry.
Rafe LaFrance, the international face of Top Shot.
No, Rafe LaFrance.
Dude, get Rafe on the site.
Get him on the show first.
Somebody was talking about Jason Williams in the Discord too. That would be a fun one. Little white chocolate.
Comment run it backs.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan.
No, I'm not.
I mean, I keep it special, keep it elevated. Like,
well, here's the question then: if it's can it be a common run it back if it's of a player who people love who was not an all-star, like Robert Horry hitting the 3 against the Sacramento Kings when the ball gets kicked out to him?
That's rare.
Because of the moment and not because of who the player is, but you're getting a Robert Horry one. It doesn't matter because it's a Lakers moment because of the significance of that
game
play.
Winner, and it's Robert Horry has hit like 4,000 game winners in the playoffs. Like,
I'm just curious if it. I guess they made hollows of remember Josh Jackson, right?
Jackson.
Robert Horry is an infinitely better player. So
yeah,
I think you keep it separate.
And listen, I'm impressed that I've gone 40 minutes without bringing this up. Can we take a victory lap for the run it back call or what?
Is it happening on opening day?
Pretty much. I would bet money it is. We've gotten all the way to October. Supposedly it was going to be September. It's pushed to October. We're a few weeks away. We still don't have any information. I
didn't want to poo-poo that because I know you're very. That's been your call opening night
for a while now. I think. Right. I mean, why not? Why not?
No, I agree. I'm just saying, like, you were very adamant about it being that day, and I didn't see anywhere that that's actually the date it's launching.
No, I got it. I feel good about it. I mean,
it does track. To your point, it does track because they won't have any. They don't have any new season moments, so it does track. But they can't go without celebrating the season, so that does track.
And if it doesn't happen, there's one person to blame. And it's Dumbo, and I will come at you, Dumbo. If it doesn't happen, The 9 Lives Lounge will collapse.
Yep.
Okay.
Ooh, look at this.
Dude, what Rocket Style is always trying to bet Zions. Why don't we just keep our Zions and be happy, Rocket?
What's going on with our trade ticket stuff? When's that happening?
I'm never asking. I'm just gonna leave those 6 trade tickets neatly in my pocket, but in the year 2029, when I've accumulated 500 of them, I'm gonna go try to get a Series 1.
So here's my only problem: is that when it first started, it was like you can do 2, you can trade in 6, you can try for 2 packs. So I did that.
Yeah.
Now
they changed their mind.
Right. Now I have 397 moments.
Oh, that's
if I had the 3 that I didn't trade in, I'd have 400 moments, but they're stuck in this ticket thing and I can't get them back.
Yeah, it's because they're still in alpha, baby.
Got it.
Yeah, that's a tough scene.
Wow.
Also, wait, I saw a Deep Threats comment where he said, "But why celebrate the opening brand new?" Yeah, but
I pulled that up. Have you ever seen a pregame like reel before any high impact game? All they do is play old footage.
What are they gonna play in the future footage? Huh? Deep Threat, pull your head out of your ass.
I wasn't gonna go there.
You can catch a Deep Threat and actually Jeb Bush on this stream in about an hour.
So I was telling Greg that I think it's the Seth Meyers to our opening, right? Like they're the late night version.
Well, here's a question for the team.
Are Fallon in this situation though? I would rather us be Seth Meyers than whatever the fuck comes on after.
Well, no, I get it. No, I get it. So can we be who came on after? God, I'm going crazy with it.
Conan.
Yes.
Conan
yes.
to Leno.
Yes.
No, because then they're Conan.
We can be,
we're not Leno.
We can be Letterman, and who came and
Craig Ferguson.
Yeah, definitely. Because I don't want to.
Don't test me on my late night.
I don't want to give them.
I also thought hold on. I also thought that was pretty good, saying that they're Carson Daly. I think that's a pretty good one.
Carson Daly.
I kind of like that one actually.
We'll put that to vote.
When Carson Daly would come on at like,
I think he's still on.
I
swear to God. I swear to God. I saw it like a year and a half ago. When did he end it though?
Recently, yeah, like a year and a half ago. After it was like 10 seasons.
You would have thought that ended 5 years ago, and the fact that it was still going like a year and a half ago, I randomly saw it one night and I said, "This can't be like current. Crazy. This is like a old episode." No, it was. You know what they still think?
You know who they really are? They're Nightline. After Kimmel,
right?
that 30-minute slot after Kimmel before it goes to someone.
Peak 30-year-old dude culture arguing about late night hosts.
I'll host a stream on that. I'll go in on them.
I will.
It's Conan, Letterman, but it's Conan.
Yeah. We're just Conan, and they are Gorley. That's what it is.
Which Neil Diamond Hands thinks I'm Gorley, so.
Well,
I'll take it.
Wrong.
Or were the Daily Show and their when it was like what was it?
Colbert Report?
Yeah.
See, they eventually they'll get onto a network. Yeah.
That's pretty good. Although
good. So will we, I guess.
All right, this is the most on-brand take I've ever seen from Daily right here. This is the most on-brand take right there.
I thought he was gonna say Johnny Carson. Just go even further back.
Just go further back.
Run it back.
Larry.
Yeah, there we go. Craig Kilborn.
We're gonna start a late night NFT space.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be our avatar project. Is late night hosts.
Yeah,
we just make late night hosts, and that's a bit. Some come with a couch. Some have a mug on the desk, right? Some have a guest, and some have an animal when there's an animal person there, right?
And then you can be a guest. The evolution of that is you can just like your crypto dads where you can mint.
This
together.
has legs.
You can be a guest on your other person's program.
Yeah, for 19 ETH, we'll host a show. We'll do.
If you guys like this, let us know in the chat. We can start, and it can be late night. Whatever you want to call it, late night avatars.
Late night with G done. Late late.ly.
Late.ly.
Well, I was trying to grow this show up for grown-ups, Greg.
But I think there's a version there that exists, and I would buy one of those. I want to see who's on the couch.
Are you kidding me? Craig Kilborn, I'd lose my mind.
Well, maybe they have different kind of microphones, right? Maybe someone's holding up. Sometimes they say, and there's a photo here of Mike at a premiere, right? And they do, right?
I'm telling you now, James Corden is the floor.
Find us an artist, guys.
No, because
we
James
can get this
Corden.
done.
James Corden's not the floor because James Corden will come in and buy the floor.
This is an excellent comment from Drunk Tree. It says like Team Hold merch.
Yeah, it'll happen. Here's the thing that we got to skirt likeness, so it's got to be like Timmy Kimball.
Yeah,
Kimball.
They don't have to even have those names.
If I learned anything from like KB24, we just make a fucked up bobblehead doll and everything's fine. We can sell it.
This is good too. Guy holding cue cards.
Yes.
I really like this idea. Yes. This is what I'm saying.
Oh, wow.
You might have someone like that, right? I'm into all of this. Different backgrounds. Maybe it's a New York landscape in the background. There's an
this
can
is pretty good.
Can someone find us an artist? Someone find us an artist to help us with this project.
Yeah,
I'll be honest, this probably has a better chance of getting off the ground than our merchandise does.
Honestly, I'm ending the stream right now because I don't want anyone stealing this idea. I'm scrubbing it from the internet.
It's not going to be on repeat.
Go back and delete it.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what I said that people are saying shots fired, kill shot. That's cold blooded. I
don't either. I think I missed it. What was it? What did you say?
Oh, maybe it was about the Kobe thing. Maybe it was. About
it was. It was the Kobe thing. It was the
KB24. Honestly, that's one of the ugliest things I've ever seen. I'm fine saying that. Yeah. Oh yeah. And
sign me up. Sign me up for that too.
Honestly, we could have a whole pack of shows I've applied to that I have.
Maybe there's some that has like a writer's room too, like they're huddled around the guy, right? Like
we could do a whole nepotism pack. Like how many kids of former writers are on the show right now?
Yes.
Shout out Higgins.
Anyways, if someone has a friend that's an artist, help us out.
Yeah. Andy Richter.
We also need someone who understands blockchain more than the three of us blockheads.
That's
honestly, someone else create it. We'll just talk about it.
All of it. Yeah. We can help advise. Someone else, please do all the work.
Yeah, you got to
because we can't do it. But you'll get a cut of it.
Yes.
You'll get a cut of it. And Eric Andre, amazing. Yes. Yeah.
That's got to be coming. That's a good idea. They have like the database which came out recently. Is it Peacock or is it separate?
Peacock.
I think it came before Peacock. Yeah, but think about that. It
was on Hulu, and then I think they moved it. Aaron Borland, this is a deep cut right here. This is a deep cut right here. He's talking about Billions season 5, episode 5 or something like that.
Wow,
trying to get your boy.
Kevin coming through, always coming with the good.
Kevin, seriously,
here, let's go. I think that if we can add music to it too, like their intro music, the show music. So these can have a little theme song for each one, right? And then you get a cut, rock and roll. You get a cut of this too, because now you're invested in it. So there's a little jingle for each one, and you want to hear what your jingle is for your little, Tonight Show intro, whatever it's called.
You just cut us out of this entire project, Dustin.
No, they need us.
Rock and roll and Maria are taking this to the moon.
I've copyrighted this video. Please don't steal the idea, but this would be really funny.
Yeah. You want to know why they need us? It's because we've only shilled good projects so far. All right. We're not going to go into specifics, but there's been some projects that have been brought to our attention that have been bad. And this is a good one. So we're getting behind it. This is why you need us. We have the golden touch.
This is a great one. I'd love it. Yeah. Wouldn't you want to buy it? I'd want one of these.
Yes. Arsenio Hall. Are you kidding me? Bob Costas. Let's go. Let's get some deep cuts in here.
Someone help us make this a reality.
Fucking cold. Also, Michael Rico. A+.
All right.
A+. Oh, that's good.
Let's bring that up.
That's good. Yeah, Yando Mondo is a good one.
Yeah.
Man,
quick bachelor party recap.
Oh, you're ready, huh? 49 minutes later.
I've hyped it up way too much. It's not. Listen, it's early. It's still early. There's just a couple photos of the fun on the weekend. Here we go. We got Mike. Immediately showed up and took a business call. Made some deals.
It's probably on the phone, Dustin.
Yeah,
most likely. Here's Mike at a bar. We went into a bar and a fan came up and was like,
what kind of beer is that?
Recognize you from Top Shot.
Oh, it's a Wachusett Blueberry.
Oh, wow.
They got real
instantly.
blueberries right in there.
Yeah.
I was in Rhode Island, baby. When in Rhode Island.
Mike, it was kind of an odd request, but obviously, like, I'm friends with Mike, but he wanted to rehearse his stand-up set.
Oh my God.
So we gave him 15 minutes.
This is fucked
Real.
up. For the record, I was like the 9th person to talk. I did my best not to get on a microphone. I stayed far away from it until I was requested to come
Mike, it's okay. We know you need a mic near you at all times.
And I crushed.
He did crush. He did crush. He brought the microphone too, but no, he didn't. Next we have Mike throwing a football, throwing it by the waves. Beautiful setting. 5 minutes later, Mike with my personal trainer friend getting his shoulder worked on.
That's real. That
Immediate
is real.
pain.
Did you hurt your shoulder?
It just hurts always, Dustin. It hurts always.
There's no excuse, man. I'm older than you. There's no excuse.
Excuses, bad genes, baby.
Mike drinking the pain away naturally.
Smart.
And last but not least, wrestler Mike got his ass kicked, but took the belt.
Unbelievable.
Did we talk about this? Did we talk about this idea, Greg?
We can. I mean, technically, it's I got to give all credit to Mike and Mike's friends who inspired it. But what I did for the bachelor party is I made all of the folks who were coming. I made them as wrestlers in 2K19, WWE 2K19, and then we gambled on each other and simulated a Royal Rumble, which is last person in the ring to get thrown out.
Yep.
And people made money and lost money, and Mike took one of the belts. I wish I could show you in comparison to everyone else, but
so we wanted to create our own Royal Rumble with Team Hold community.
I think we got to do it, and
then live stream the match, and we just watch, and we can be the announcers. Yes. So when a new member comes into the ring, oh shit, it's the Chunkster coming in, right? Like,
good God, is that the Chunkster music?
Dear God, he has a family. Stop it.
Hey, listen, we shared a lot of stuff that was disparaging towards me. How about we share some of this here, huh?
God.
Oh, let's go full screen. Bang. Where's Mike Breen? Bang. I'm sorry, 3 in a row? Bang. 4? Bang. Someone called the Currys. Oh, look at that little trot backwards, too. And then we ended the cut. We ended it right there.
Oh, see, I only saw the... Okay, wow. First of all, you've tweeted 21,500 times. Holy shit.
Yeah.
And then second of all, a lot of jokes to get out there, Greg. Come on.
I've also been on it for like 15 years.
That's fair.
Looking like a young Wayne Ellington out there.
Wayne Ellington.
I'm happy to see the Twitter. I didn't see the Twitter version. I only saw it on Instagram, and you cut off the line in your feet. So I was like, are those 3s or are those just long 2s?
Yeah, well,
but good to see the proof.
Baby. Buckets. So share some
deep
of the good
threat.
stuff. Yeah, it is the college line deep threat. It is.
That doesn't count. What do you mean that's the college line? Take an NBA 3.
Why would I take NBA 3s? When am I going to play in a game when NBA 3s are counted?
Doesn't count, man.
You just built a court, right, Dustin?
Yeah, we just built. Well, I keep saying a court. I just built a hoop. I didn't put like a full court down, but I just did it, and it's pretty nice. I'm pretty happy with it. It took way longer, and there were pieces missing, so I had to deal with that. But we got it done, and it's pretty sweet. It's fun. I'll get some shots. I'll get some slow-mo shots.
Look at Rodney trying to get us back on track.
Yeah,
or we could do UFC. I mean, is there?
If it's after.
There's no UFC. There's no UFC video game, is there?
Yeah,
it's too violent. There is.
There's UFC, but it's all one-on-one. You can't have like 30 people fighting. It's not like Royal Rumble.
We're sticking to Royal Rumble. Let's do that. Let's do that over the holidays. That'll be a holiday activity.
Yep.
Wow, look at us planning months in advance.
But here's what we need from the community, because I think you can do this, right? Is you can scan people's photos into it to say if you're going to create someone, and then it'll
it's
be that.
very difficult. You have to get an exact. Well, we can sort all that out, but I think
all right, then it can be generic fighters just with their name. Generic fighters.
No. We're gonna make them if they want, or we'll do it out of their profile picture. So it's the chunks that will be a
chunk. Here's what
sideways dog.
Here's what I'd say: scan your face, your social, and just send it on over to us. We'll make it work. I don't want to be. I don't like. We have to keep moving forward, but I want to look back for a second. We have to do this NFT project. I'm very excited about.
Thank you. Do you like the idea? I really like it too.
Idea. This is a great idea.
Yes, and I think figuring out a way to then mint you and someone else together on the couch, home run, or sidekick, home run.
Yeah. That's the airdrop. The first airdrop is a couch. You got to build a studio.
How do you feel about this project eclipsing Bored Apes, and they come back and look at this stream as the founding footage, and I showed all those photos of you at the bachelor party.
I can't believe we talked about me at your bachelor party. That's horseshit, Greg.
Why?
It was your bachelor party. We should have talked about you.
I mean, there's plenty of photos out there of me that we don't need to see.
Yeah,
but we can.
We could talk about the old woman that came over and serenaded you a happy birthday.
Yeah. May or may not have given me COVID, yet to be seen.
I've never personally witnessed someone get COVID before, but that night I did. I was like, "Oh, there it is. It's right there."
Yeah.
That's how it happens. It just got spread. Yep.
I found it. We saw some old man tell penny jokes. It was real weird.
Mm-hmm.
Love going to Rhode Island. Shout out Rhode Island. Joey says, "Are you three gonna do it?" Joey, I don't know if there was animosity behind this, but I read it as question: Are you three gonna do NFL or stick to NBA? Yeah, we'll probably do both, Joey.
Yeah, why not? Both. That's why we changed our name to Team Hold instead of Top Shot Takes, because we want to talk about everything. To be honest.
Yeah.
Until they call it NFL Top Shot, and then we're like, oh,
huge mistake.
That's not gonna happen.
Huge mistake. Man, I will say though, it's after taking a few days off, I'm pretty excited to be back. There's a lot of good stuff happening right now, and I feel pretty jacked up. And it also, I don't know, it feels like we're all right. You know what I mean? Like it feels like we dug in, whether it was to make content or because we like Top Shot, we liked NBA, whatever. I don't know. Maybe this is too soon to be circling the wagons here and taking a victory lap, but it feels like we're in the clear.
If there's one thing I've learned, it's that we love taking victory laps. So I don't think you're off and doing it right now, right?
But not even just us. I mean, everybody who's like even watching this, which meant, all right, shout out Joey. Sorry. It's the taunting in you, Joey. I know you're from Taunton. It's the taunting in you. I assumed you were sarcastic. But I think just being in this space right now, it feels like we're getting a dub on this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I got a question. This is a good one from Nerdbird. Are you dropping famous guest project as well? Knowing that you know so many people in late night, Mike, being a big celebrity, big comedian, who can we gift these late night NFTs to? Who can we say, hey, Jordan Klepper, we got one for you, buddy? Or dude, who can we send it to? The writer's room. Who can we give it to?
So, do you know who I really think we could get it to? Like the first late night host that we can get it to? Probably Desus and Mero.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm also in a Twitter DM with them, so I might.
Oh yeah.
I forgot. I don't want to explain it.
They haven't replied yet, but he's been DMing him for months.
He's been DMing for months. I got an EP over there that I know pretty well. So
there we go.
Yeah.
I think
we could probably get Colbert as well. I got a handful of writers over at Colbert. I have a lot of people that have gotten jobs over me that I think I could talk to.
Yeah, but do they have successful YouTube channels?
No, they don't. Do
they take victory laps the way you do?
Not known. That's probably why they are where they are.
All right, so someone find us an artist. Rock and Roll is going to do the music, the little jingles. So there's a different jingle for each one. Mm-hmm. How many are we making?
10,000
no, well, here's the thing.
To go.
So I think we got to limit that down.
101s.
Do we just do the amount of the year? 2021.
Yeah, I like that. 2021 is perfect.
Will it launch in 2021?
God, no.
I think we can. I think we can do it. What if we could because think about it. How many I bet we could get. Yeah, we can. We're doing this, guys. I'm locked in. I'm quitting my job tonight.
What I love about this is that if any other NFT like creators jumped on this, it would be called like ghost hosts. And it's like, here are the hosts, but they're ghosts. And we're like, we're just gonna go straight up. Iconic classic hosts.
Yep. Yeah. Some have coffee mugs. Some have different microphones. Some have animals because they've had I can't jack the animal guy in there.
Mm-hmm.
It's the chunks from the top rope.
Yeah, Graham Norton
in my top 3 easily.
Good call.
We're doing it.
All right.
And again, Brandon Lamb bringing us back to reality right after Team Hold.
You know what? If this doesn't get off the ground, it's not our fault. It's the chat's fault because you guys can make this happen.
Yeah.
We clearly can't without your help. So this is on everyone's shoulders if it doesn't get off the ground. Okay. I just want everyone to know that.
It's true. Like this is on Kevin, basically.
Since we're putting it all out there, this is something I've been thinking about, but I think they can be inspired by, but I honestly think like characters as hosts with characteristics. Yeah. You can have one that vaguely resembles.
No, they don't even need to. They can be their own. They can be their own.
This goes back to a conversation we had offline, I think, Dustin, where we talked about making a comedian NFT.
Yes.
And how they're all going to look the same except for like one. So we're going to, anyways, that's what I thought of when they were like worried about likeness. It's like, how many white guys can we find? How many different variations of a white guy?
No, there's not going to be likeness. They're going to be cartoony characters, and they're not going to have that. We can make one with like an homage, a Conan poof hair if we want, though.
What if we got likeness from one person that we know and just did variants of that person being Mike Zakarian?
Well, this would probably be my only opportunity, so I would lean into it hard.
All right.
It's me emulating or impersonating. No.
So community, we need help. We are rock and roll. Get in the lab because we're gonna need jingles for all of these, and it's gonna be great.
Wait, did Renfro just hit a home run? Did Renfro just hit a home run? All right, we'll take that. What's the score, Greg?
It is 8-0, I think.
Ooh. All right.
6-0. Sorry. 6-0.
Did he hit a 3-run bomb?
He hit a solo.
Okay, so this is what I wanted to get into. Not what I wanted to get into. Do we have anything else we need to get into before we pivot to some other stuff?
No, and I have about 20 minutes in me. And the Jays just took the lead in the top of the bottom of the 8th.
So I'm thinking we transition to some giveaways because let me just double check my account to see what I got in here. I also really do want to rip these WPT packs because they did this thing where they put a golden coin in. I could just the pack was $50 and I could flip it for like 300 right now, or
nice.
I could try to get a coin and flip it for 2K, but then immediately lose value. So you know me, we're in it for the content and the gamble, and I can't withdraw anyway. So YOLO. But I do. So it sounds like we're winding down, but we're actually not winding down because the second we wrap up, Jeb and a deep threat are going to take over.
Carson Daly, baby. Here we come.
Yeah, Carson Daly, line them up. So they're going to pop in any second now. I'm going to tell them now's the time, and they're going to pop in for the giveaways. And for giveaways, here's what we have. I have a Michael Porter Jr. Let me just double check what kind of Michael Porter Jr. is. This one came from A1 Andy. We had an MPJ 15K. We have a Xavier Tillman that I dunked off of Austin. And then I also have an Obi Toppin Top Shot debut that we're giving away tonight. How do we feel about that? It's 3 mums.
Did we talk about how I finally got an MPJ TSD?
No.
I'm so excited. So I bought it last week. I decided to make the jump. I probably should have got it 2 weeks ago when I just honestly I wasn't paying attention. There was so much going on, and I didn't realize that the price had sort of dipped a little bit more, and I missed it. But then I saw how many there were away from it, so I picked that up, and that's doing pretty good. So I'm happy about that. I think on the show when you guys were out, Jeb and I were talking about this, and Mihao, we saw the Lisa Leslie at 500. And I said, this is too cheap. This doesn't make any sense. So in that moment, I was while live trying to transfer money from Coinbase over to buy it. And it jumped from 500 to 550. And I still tried to get it at 550. And someone bought it at that same price. Then it went to 600, 650, 680. It just disappeared within seconds. And I completely lost it. And I called it. I said that was too cheap for it. It was way too cheap. And I'm still bummed about that.
Damn. I think I said this on another stream, but sold a dad and went and got a Vince Carter Top Shot debut and Anthony Edwards Top Shot debut, Jamal Murray. So we went shopping. I'm
so happy about those. As you know, I've been pretty bullish on Edwards and you getting events like we talked about it, but those two, I absolutely love having you in your collection. I think it's great.
I feel like now's the time if it's going to happen, and so there we are. All right, go ahead.
Last NBA thing. Did we talk about all of the media day stuff? Has there been anything exciting to come out of media day?
Nothing exciting. Just everyone not. That's not fair. The NBA overall is a high percentage of vaccination rate, much higher than like the overall population. Unfortunately, some of the more vocal ones have not gotten the vaccine.
Right.
And while some who have are not saying much about it except that they support their teammates. But I mean, I'm of the mindset, man. I don't know if Kyrie's playing this year. Dude, he can't go indoors in New York. Like, he can't go inside. I bet the under.
Bye.
Yeah, I really don't. Yeah, I'm just like, but it makes me think like.
Some people are going to take a firm stance and be out.
Yeah,
right.
And I mean, if you had to bet on one of those guys that was going to stick to his guns like that, it's Kyrie, right? And to be in a state that like he can't play, that's 82 games he can't. No, that's baseball season. That's 41 games. 41 home games in New York. He can't play, not counting Knicks games. Like that's going to be a problem. That is going to be a problem. And if you know what I would do though, if I was a betting person, which I am, I think the KD MVP odds and the Harden MVP odds probably are a pretty good bet right now because I still think the Nets are going to be good and they're going to be doing it without Kyrie.
Right. Do you think
also Michael Porter Jr. signed a max deal and then we reminded us all that he was like, yeah, I hate that shit.
Yep. Great.
All right. I have a form to drop. Are you ready for that?
Yeah, drop the form. What I'm gonna do? Sorry, I ranted too. Like you guys should have takes if you have it on.
No, I didn't. I mean, there hasn't been much. Obviously, I've just seen all the Lakers stuff with the media day. Has been exciting. But I love seeing my old team Lakers. I'm ready for it.
There you go.
Got super hyped about it.
There you go. Speaking of old team, let's bring in Jeb and the Deep Threat who are going to take over for us shortly. What's up, fellas?
What's up, boys?
What's happening, guys?
You're here just in time because as the form is dropped, we are going to rip some WPT packs, baby.
Oh, baby.
Let's go. All right, so here we go. These are the two. Look at all this stupid shit I own.
What am I looking at?
Look at all these.
Who knows?
Oh my
just
God.
A Theta Warrior, dude. It's just a Theta Warrior.
Stacking Thetas?
Yeah, dude. And it's been a huge miss so far. But let's look up again. I could probably flip this for like $260 and we're team gamble today. So let's see what we got here. We're looking for a golden chip. That's what we want. Let's open the pack. Golden chip. Here we go. I don't even. Oh wait. So no chip doesn't look like.
So everything's a reveal all.
Yeah, I hate
I
this.
love it.
Oh, Dustin, get in there.
That's amazing.
I hate.
They've been watching our stream. They've been watching our streams.
I gotta say, what is this? An uncommon? Why is it like shiny? What does that say?
Ooh.
Why is
Common.
Oh, hollow? Frank Stepuchin hollow.
Oh,
But
nice.
it says common on there too.
Yeah, I don't know what it means. 45 out of 80.
Maybe it's a common hollow.
Yeah, maybe it is a common hollow. Why can't I get out of this? I don't want to play this. And this one, okay, so it is. That's out of 85 versus this one that's out of 1,000. Dude, let me get out of this.
Do we like Frank?
I've never heard of Frank Stepuchin.
I like Frank.
You like Frank? And I play poker. I've never heard. Tony Dunst, I know he's more of like a commentator now.
He's got to be better than Josh Jackson.
He's got to be.
Anything is better than Josh Jackson.
All right, so we got one hollow. That was pretty disappointing. All right, let's go back to the other pack. Here we go.
You're gonna get it here.
Show me a chip.
Let's go.
Chip.
Oh.
God.
Of any pack opening, they have such an opportunity to be thematically like poker. Like, why would they not show you three?
Like flip,
and then you
card
pull
flips.
the fourth.
Yeah,
and you pull the fifth.
You get the river.
And they
Dude,
might as well burn
V.
two.
Shout out that deep V. Oh
Dude,
my God.
look at this V.
That is aggressive.
You know what's funny too is that there's clearly it doesn't matter about copyright because that guy's got a Denver Broncos hat on.
Yeah.
In the thumbnail, it's like whatever. NFL come after us. No one's looking at this.
Honestly, this is a U-neck. There's no angles on it. This is a U-neck.
Good. You got to have some major confidence to be like, put the microphone all the way down here. Put the lab down here, guys.
Yeah, just pin it on my belly.
That is plunging. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me just not wear a shirt and put the microphone on my nipple.
Yeah. Somebody at the gym today walked out of the locker room just like no shirt on and was like walking around the gym on his way out. And I was like, man, dude, what are you doing? It's like, and it's cold out today. Like,
dude, I was sweating a lot, bro. I needed to let it, dry off.
You should just be like, damn, dude, you're kind of hot.
Yeah, he's super hot. Super hot. So, okay, I could have actually, I'm wrong. I could have flipped those packs for $100. So it would have been, I would have 2x'd. Instead, that Ole ship that moment is going for $3.33. $3.33. So pretty sick. Pretty sick.
Okay.
Anyways, that's what's going on in the Theta streets.
Nice.
That's
I
what's
got a
all right,
question, Mike.
Yeah.
Real quick, NBA Top Shot question.
Yeah.
We talked about this a while ago. Ben Simmons TSD.
Set it
Does
on fire.
anyone care?
Yeah. I don't know. Probably Australians.
That's fair.
It's the same thing with these anti-vax guys. Like if Kyrie, I mean, Kyrie's probably his moment's fine, but like if some of these guys who like are going to end up sitting out games, like we're probably going to watch their stuff dip. And I don't know, that might be the time to buy when it's at the floor.
Yeah, I thought we had talked about this a while ago. If I think it was at 250, and we're like, if it gets to 200, we might be buyers or something like that. When there was a bit of a dip, it's at like 325 right now, which to me is very surprising. I thought it would be way cheaper given everything that's going on. Do people think that he's just going to end up somewhere significant, like on a contender, like the Warriors or something like that?
Yeah. I think there's enough unknowns that people are just kind of holding their breath. But if he ends up on the Kings or the 76ers, like, oh, we'll play your game and we'll just not like take your money, like we're going to probably see that thing like fall off a cliff.
Right.
Yeah. I would say, though, if I own Ben Simmons right now, I'm not selling it. Like, I mean,
he's at the lowest point of his price, probably.
Yeah,
right now, right?
There's just no positive sentiment, so I just be like, okay, I guess I'm holding it.
Yeah.
Could he go to the Clippers? Could he go to the Clippers?
I don't know.
That'd be fun. But what do they have? That's the problem
for Paul George. Like,
I think they'd want to keep him there just because of doing that. But it could be.
Hold up. Let me see your man hands.
We still don't have a video for that.
No.
Still don't have a video.
Hold on. There's a better. Why I gotta delete that one?
It says man.
There's a better
That's not on you,
video.
Dustin.
Let me see your man hands. Money.
That's all you gotta. That's all you gotta play.
We do need it. We do need actual highlights of Terrence Mann.
Me too.
I know.
Me
That's
too.
that's on me. Rock and roll sent that to me
There's a
literally
couple
5 months ago.
videos that need to be.
They could ship him and some salary matching stuff, and maybe like a young whoever I don't know who they even drafted this year.
Yeah.
Did they draft this year? No, they must.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have one.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like the likelihood, Sacramento, and I mean, honestly, just do CJ for Ben and get this over with. Like, just do it. That's the best deal.
I honestly think the Warriors will get him. At this point, I feel like the price on Ben is just going lower and lower as the 76ers are realizing they're just in the worst position ever.
Yeah.
Because they need to win now, but their star players like gone.
Who do they send?
They have Wiseman. They have the draft picks they just got.
But they have Embiid, right? They're not going to send Wiseman over there.
Yeah, but I don't know.
I can see them. I can see them doing like Kuminga, Moody, and Wiggins. But like,
yeah.
But the thing is, if you're Golden
Draft
State's
picks.
like nah,
Right.
lower.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You're also trying to win right now if you're Golden State, and if you have someone that can pass to Curry and Clay, who's not going to shoot, he's not going to take away threes from them.
Totally. No, totally. I just mean like there's zero leverage, leverage on Philly's back.
Right.
Yeah. It'll be interesting.
I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't be shocked if it's Golden State. I mean, and Golden State probably wants to get Wiggins out of there because, like, for a lot of reasons, but mainly because he's going to give the Warriors COVID. So I don't know.
What if it's for Christian Wood? That's it.
Topsy. We bought it. We bought it, Topsy. Wait, which one? Christian Wood?
That was just a shout out to Rocket Silas Era, who has like 17,000 Christian Woods. Christian Wood and John Wall for Simmons. Yeah. No thanks.
All right, 30-second warning on the forum.
Good.
There we go.
I can't take any more basketball talk.
For all these non-vax players, aren't they just going to have them take tests every day? Like, isn't that the workaround?
I mean, maybe.
Yeah, that could be it.
But like, it also takes a couple days. So
that's just tough. You can't. And then can they travel or can they not? Right. That's where things get a little dicey.
I wonder if they start going full NFL because they made an announcement today, and now I'm forgetting what it was. But I know the NFL is like, yeah, if you have to reschedule a game because of COVID, you lose. It's a forfeit. And I wonder, and that got people to do it. But granted, the NFL hasn't cared about their employees in a long time, and the NBA is a little bit more player friendly. So,
Right.
yeah, I don't know.
It's a tough situation.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, we got a list, we got a wheel.
Let's do it. So we have three moms going away today. Actually, I should double check too who Obi's coming from, because I want to make sure they get credit for gifting us that. Here we go. So, Samosa from Samosa 1080, who accidentally booted himself from the Discord, but he's back in now. So Samosa, and then Austin for getting his ass kicked by me this week in fantasy is going to be giving away Xavier Tillman, and then our man A1 Andy, who set up a fun little interview for Friday morning. I'm getting up early to talk with the Ballerhead dudes, that little NFT project. So
That's fun.
yeah, it's super fun. And then as we're getting ready for that, just a little bit of business, right? You get to hang out with the Deep Threat and Jeb for a little bit. Tomorrow, 3:30 Eastern, we'll be back for an afternoon marketplace. And then Johnny Vibes has returned from Europe and is ready to win the World Series of Poker, but is going to hop in at 6 p.m. Eastern to go over our picks. We still have four entries still live right now for the Millies. And then Friday, 3:30. Oh, no, Friday's going to be an early show, and I don't know what time yet. So, well, except for the 8 a.m. show with the Ballerheads, which is going to be early. But we'll have something else as well. Stand by. All right, I always forget. Do we build up to the good moment? Is that how we roll?
Yeah. What's the good one? Obi?
The Obi Top and Top Shot debut. So let's start with the Xavier Tillman. And again, shout out our man, Austin B84, who unwillingly or unknowingly is giving this away tonight.
Okay, no more. They're still
Yeah.
flying in. If you haven't caught up,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Oh my God.
Yeah.
No more.
Here we go.
Okay.
I almost just sniped a moment right now.
Really? What are you looking at?
So, no surprise. I was looking at THT.
Of course, yeah.
One just sold. That's why I've been quiet these last 2 minutes. It for $25, and I was like, "Oh, it went down. Let me click on it. It's been around $28, and it was 25. Oh, I'll buy it 25. Let me see what it is. It was number 57 serial, and it sold for $25, and it was gone. It said someone's trying to buy it, and it wouldn't let me get through it. It just went through right as we're doing this.
Oh yeah. I mean I'm on Live Token quite often, and those are selling within like 20 seconds. Like before they even pop up on the page, they're gone. It's impossible to get a good deal nowadays.
Wow.
I can't even find it on there. If you see it on there, let me know. But I can't even find it on there. Random.
Good callback.
Oh wow.
Caesar's.
All right.
Here we go. Xavier Tillman up first. Look at that wheel. It's a healthy wheel.
It's nice to see that.
Wait, I'm trying to also keep track of who gets what. So
I'm gonna
I
gift
need,
it in real
I need an
time,
intern. If anyone wants to intern, shoot me a DM.
Yeah. There
My
he is.
computer's
There
about
he is. As we spin the wheel, Jeb, Deep Threat, what's on tap?
I think we're going to talk about, well, we're having a surprise guest on, our first guest. We're having the debut of Kevin Forch. He's going to come on and talk WNBA with us. So
Let's go.
Super excited about that, because I've been learning a lot of the WNBA from Kevin and from Kelsey. So we're going to go over the run it back moments. We're going to kind of dive in a little, maybe see what might be a little underpriced.
That's very exciting. Kevin Forch, we've rescheduled like 15 times, so I'm excited that he's getting on. That's good.
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
And then we're going to talk about the upcoming Run It Back and how it's something me and a Deep Threat have talked about before. Just talk about it, kind of an update, where we're at with it, and the trade tickets. We're going to talk about, and I wore my Run It Back shirt, my Kevin Garnett on the.
There we go.
On the Nets, not on the the Celtics or the Timberwolves, God forbid.
Right.
And then we're going to talk a little NFL, obviously, and transition that into some TOC.
We got to rip some packs tonight.
We both have packs to rip.
There we go.
Yeah.
Look at, I like that Michael's comment just came in as you guys started talking about TOC. Michael, watch your mouth.
Technically the same show. We just haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah.
Same show.
Quick update.
NBA Top Shot.
That person is now listing number 57 for $117. Trying to do a little Big ticket flip.
Oh,
Flip City, baby.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we won't play it yet because Greg has to go
it's
soon.
fine.
Let's spin the wheel, Greg.
All right, here we go.
Good.
What is this for?
This is for Xavier Tillman. 40K moment. Shout out to Austin B, who unknowingly is sending this away.
All
Go
right,
Vikings. Go Vikes. Nick Christensen. That's a
That's a new name.
throwback, I think. Nick I haven't seen in the streets in the comments in a while.
Yeah.
Big dub. Oh, Greg X himself out again. It's good that Greg is still, Wi-Fi's getting better, audio's getting better, closer to marriage, still Xing out.
Classic Greg.
Still
It
Xing
wouldn't
out.
be a good stream if Greg didn't do something.
Yeah, and it's funny because we'll consistently have a little bit of a panic to be like, shit, did he also close out the wheel? But no, we've learned that he doesn't close out the wheel. He just hit refresh. Welcome back, Greg.
I never close out the wheel. It's like if you get pushed in a pool and you grab your phone and hold it above water, baby.
Same,
Number one.
it's the same thing. All right, here we go. Michael Porter Jr. 15K moment. 15K moment. Also, I got one more thing I want to say too before we get out of here. Who's that going to, baby?
Ooh.
Baby J92. Baby J92.
It's like an
Hey,
AOL
who's that-
screen name. It's like an AOL
Who's
screen
that
name
from?
back in the day.
That's from A1 Andy, who almost won this moment.
I
Which would
saw
have been
Austin
hilarious. I
on
would have
too.
said that right back for the blockchain.
The blockchain.
Get that quick mic autograph.
Yeah, dude. That immediately lost $10. All right, here we go.
All
So
right.
Obi Topan. Also, again, shout out to Dumbo getting me the whitelist because it's much easier to give some shit away.
But this is his
Mike.
TSD.
This is TSC. It's a good moment. Series 2, 1673 out of 4K. God, shout out to MDFD, MDFK, LNDJX. This is going. All right, hold on. Let me do this real quick.
Jeb, what does that stand for?
Oh wait, they've
How-
won before.
How do you remember that?
This is
They
actually
have one before.
Rock Andrew Rolls, cousin, aunt, friend.
Is that Maria? Is that our
Yeah.
future designer?
Maria. This is Maria.
Checks
I
out.
really do think this is Maria. Maria,
Maria.
congratulations on
Oh, it is.
Donovan,
Yeah, you said that.
Franklin. Look at that's happenstance, baby.
Can
That's
we-
karma.
Can we get a breakdown of what all those syllables?
Yeah.
I was gonna say syllables.
You guys
Consonants
talked about
are.
Maria and working with Maria, and then Maria wins.
Yeah,
I don't know
hashtag
about that
Greg.
one.
Hashtag Greg. Oh, Damon Fat says it's Damon Fat. Damon Fat.
Oh, yeah.
See you later, dude.
Shout out to Artemis for putting the whole thing in there.
There we go. Damon
There
Fat
we go.
didn't even say anything offensive, but I just was tired of
Is this you, Maria? Can you
Let's
tell
go.
us? Can you break down
Wait,
all
wait.
those consonants?
Yes, we can.
Please?
It's Maria Donovan Finley. Killed
Killed
Lions
Lonnie
next day. Just
Jacksonville.
the X is tough.
Xylophone.
Feels like there's some airport abbreviations in there,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. That was great. Congratulations to all our winners tonight. How are you entered for giveaways? So we drop a form. That's usually how we do it. You missed a form, but it'll happen again. It'll happen again. Hey, so a deep threat and a Jeb Bush are about to take over the mics, and they're going to rock with you for a little bit. I wanted to say though, we're getting closer. We are like 3 weeks away from opening night, and I know we announced this last week, but hey, it's been a while. We are going to do like an all-ass day stream during tip-off, and you're going to be seeing friends like a deep threat, actually Jeb Bush, maybe even Sawyer, and you're also going to see, this is, we'll throw a little breadcrumbs, but you might see, what's up, everybody? You might see that. You might see a bunch of people. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Is Mark going to be there too?
Dude, I can't fucking wait because so many of my friends have lost money. It was funny because 5 minutes before that, I almost made the comment like, "Weird, it's my first stream back. I haven't seen any trolls." Then all of a sudden, Jason Bay, the former New York Met, showed up.
Shout out to Jackie Dayton, who is a big Danny Gonzalez fan. I'm assuming, not
No.
a fan of me. But
It's,
shout out. We love Danny Gonzalez on the program. Open invitation to Danny to come on, although he has 1,000 better things to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, well, I'll talk about what we do in the shadows all day. Right? That's the
Um,
Jackie Daytona reference. Or maybe that's
Nope.
Jackie Daytona, not Jackie Daytona.
Well, here, as we transition into Inside Jeb, we asked the audience what late night host they most resemble. Looks like Carson Daly on TRL is a resounding winner. But
I love that
look
one.
at the spread. Look at second place. We got Jimmy Fallon after the Conan Leno.
I actually
We
think
got a
that's an
tie
insult.
for
Yeah.
Carson after Seth Meyers. Oh wait,
Also
I
an
did.
insult.
Oh, okay. Carson after Seth Meyers. They got Carson Daly on TRL, so that's his prime. That's his
Yeah.
prime. So
Yeah, that's
kind of
better.
weird.
Yeah.
That's hot,
Yeah.
Carson.
Yeah. He's still hot.
Yeah, he's still. Thanks, Greg. He is still hot.
Yeah.
You're right. No disrespect to Carson Daly and his looks. All right, guys. So we did it. We did it all. This has been a lot of fun. Enjoy actually Jeb Bush and a deep threat. We will see. We'll see you later.
Yeah.
We
Thanks
out.
for handing it off to us.
Actually,
Don't
you know
get
what? We get it. Oh, go ahead, Greg. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, don't get us canceled. Bye.
Don't get us canceled. And then here's some Sawyer just for transition purposes. You know what I mean? Let's get a little sniff.
What is up, gamers? All right. Today we've got a jam-packed stream because you guys definitely haven't gotten enough content already. And right off the bat, I just want to waste no time and just get right into it. By the way, Deep Threat, I see your infinite object in the background. Nice little subtle flex.
You see that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it all charged up so it'll last that for the 6 hours
Hell yeah.
that we've got to talk about stuff. So
Fire. Okay, so I am so excited. This is our first guest that we're having on. Someone that has taught me so much about the WNBA already, along with Kelsey. And we're going to go over the WNBA run it back moments. We're going to talk a little WNBA in general. And I think this will be a really good time for both of us to get a little caught up and on board. I know you've been watching some WNBA playoffs. And
I did.
got
I
really
watched.
into it.
Yeah, I was watching both games last night and was chatting with Kevin and Kelsey. We hijacked the Discord general channel for a couple hours,
I saw
and
that.
yeah, we had a lot of fun watching the games together. And I learned a lot because I didn't know half the players, but
Yeah.
that's what it's all about, right? That's
Yeah.
That's what Top Shot is exposing everyone to get more
Very
exposure. So yeah, so the girls are gonna be more popular here. I'm excited to dig more into it and watch more playoff games. The double OT game was fire.
Yeah.
That was an amazing game. That
So
was
before Kevin has a heart attack, let's bring him on because I know he's the one that's really gonna know what's up. Hey Kevin, how's it going?
How's it going, guys?
what's up, Kevin?
I do have to ask, Mr. Threat. You're on the you're on Eastern time, right?
Yep.
And also a dad.
Yep.
Like, how are you doing this? Like, it's 9:30, like Central Time, and I am gonna fall out of my chair like any second. I'm so tired.
Oh yeah. No, I'll definitely be sleeping in tomorrow. And I mean, we run long. I mean, if you've seen our streams, we go long. And but
We're good. I'm ready to roll. Let's make it happen.
let's do it.
If you've seen a deep threat in Vegas, you know this man can burn on that night.
I got stamina. Yeah.
Yeah. He's a trooper. So before we jump into the run it back, just really quick, Kevin, if you want to give everyone a quick breakdown, or before that, real quick, just want to address this. I got my test back, COVID free. Thank God. Feeling a lot better. Still a little under the weather, but we should be good. So thanks for everyone for reaching out and just checking up on me. I really appreciate it. But yeah, let's get into the WNBA. If you just want to give us an update of what's going on with the playoffs for anyone who's hasn't been following at all, who might be a little too busy with work, someone like me. And yeah.
So yeah, what happened last night while we were totally flooding the general channel? Like, if you're in the Discord, just scroll back a couple hours and you'll see a whole bunch of caps locks, like text and over emoji filled stuff for me. But last night we had Connecticut Sun, Chicago Sky. Connecticut Sun hadn't lost an actual game in a month or something like that.
Oh, wow.
Fully expected to go pretty clean slate to the WNBA finals, and ran into a Chicago Sky team that, despite having Candace Parker, great players like Courtney Vandersloot, her spouse Allie Quigley on the team, gold medal winner Stephanie Dolson, beat them in double overtime. And the Chicago Sky team was 500 in the regular season, just could not get it together. And like they look like they belong in that game, and they look like they belong in the finals. Then the nightcap, we had the Phoenix Mercury, the Las Vegas Aces. There was just so much intensity and pettiness going back and forth with that. Like Liz Cambage and Brittany Griner were just like doing the hush sound, like after every made basket, and like they were going to come to blows at some point. Like I love this series, and Las Vegas eked it out last night, but like I would be 0% surprised if that goes to like the full 5 games in that series. So that's where we're at. Like this stuff is on ESPN2. Like watch it. Like this is good. These are good games.
Yeah, no, you're getting me excited about it. I might have to throw it on in the background while I'm working, because yeah, I love, you know me, I love some beef. I love competitiveness and like obviously like good gameplay. So I've been learning so much about the WNBA recently, and Taurasi's on the Suns, right?
Right. Yeah. The GOAT. Yep.
Nice. Yeah. So it'd be really cool to see her play. And then, yeah, if Griner's still in it too, like it'd be cool to see some more of her play. I've seen the highlights that she's done, because like people are like, oh my gosh, like she's dunking, and that hadn't happened a while in the WNBA. But yeah, haven't really seen like a lot of like extended play.
Yeah. And Ryan, I see the comment that Kelsey Plum was fire, and that is absolutely true. Yeah. Like she's a bucket getter anyway, but what she was doing last night was on a whole nother level for her. Like that was incredible. It was a great thing to behold.
Yeah. So I think it's a great one. Can you tell us how you got into the WNBA? Were you into the NBA first, or like how did that happen?
Yeah. So, I mean, I got into the NBA, like I was 6 years old, and it was like 1991. So I'm from small town Nebraska. Like there were like 60 kids in my high school, like that small. And I'm like 6'2" now, but like growing up, I was a head taller than anyone else in my class, and I was left-handed. And so during that time, tall people that are left-handed, like David Robinson was the person. And so like David Robinson like was my idol growing up, and I watched as many Spurs games as possible. Still love San Antonio, even though I live nowhere near that. I've been to like one home game ever. But I just came from a family who sort of like enjoyed sort of like all sports, like what was ever on like ESPN, like whether that was like actual like college football or softball or gymnastics. And so when like the WNBA was the thing, like in 98, 99, like that was just on the table and we're already watching it. And so when you see players like Lisa Leslie that Kelsey had brought up, you know, kind of before in other streams, but even like those early Houston Comets teams where we saw those moments, like Cheryl Swoop, Cynthia Cooper, like they were legit ballers. And it took just, you know, one game watching that to really realize it. And I think sort of as I got farther on in life, I think my attention was definitely more on the NBA. And so sort of those mid-aughts, I wasn't as into the NBA. But man, in the last 5 years, like Elena Deladon, Breanna Stewart, like those players have like pulled me in. Like I will walk anywhere in my Deladon jersey and like rep for that, because she is just that incredible. And like I was so pissed not to get a Run It backpack. You saw that in the Discord, like all my anger.
You deserved it out of like anyone in the
Right.
chat. I was like, how did Kevin not get one? Like,
I know the pain was deep, but I like out of just like that pain, I had to like hold off like watching the Friday afternoon streams of like you and Dustin. And when I saw that you pulled like a Deldon out of that, like the FOMO was another level, but I was also very happy for you. But like she is legit, and like you only see it in that Chicago Sky thing, but like watching just a couple years ago when she won the finals for the Mystics with like a broken back and a hyperextended knee, like these players are like straight up ballers. Like it's hard not to love it.
Yeah, and she was one of the few players that I knew a decent amount about, and it once again it just all goes back to Kobe, because Kobe like talked about her when she was like going off, and like was like he did like some interview or something with her, and obviously like I ingest anything that's Kobe, and so I had learned like a decent amount of her. When I opened the pack at first, I didn't recognize the name, but I knew that face, and then I was like, oh my gosh, like I know who this is, like that's crazy. So I was super stoked about that, just like when I pulled the Sabrina as well. But that's really interesting. So do you still watch the NBA? Are you still NBA interested? Are you still very much whatever sport's on, I'll watch type of guy?
Yeah, I'm definitely the latter, but I think just for my interest level, like I work at a community college, so I'm not like getting buckets, and you can tell that if you search like my Top Shot account. Like I will buy the team pass for the Spurs to watch and catch any game that's on like the NBA TV or ESPN. Like I'm still deep in NBA and will listen to any Zach Lowe podcast. But I think because we have these options now, like with Top Shot and with, you know, podcasts like Spinsters or like Talkline, or just having like the WNBA games on Amazon Prime or Facebook Live, like it's so easy to watch these games, and the accessibility for that has just increased what was already pretty high for fandom for me, just because I can watch these on Tuesday night now, and it doesn't have to be some special event.
That's so sick. Yeah, I know for me, even like, I mean, in terms of Top Shot moments specifically, like I've barely sold any of the ones I've gotten, and it's because I'm like, these are Top Shot debuts. Like I may not know some of these players, but I know that Top Shot is picking good players, and I'm not going to try to time the top or the bottom here, because I do think there's a lot of runway. And as you said, it's as it becomes more accessible and people are just like, oh, I don't have to buy this special thing or do all this special stuff to watch a game, more people will watch for sure.
Yeah. And I'm so appreciative of, you know, sort of watching Deep Threat's thought process through yesterday, just like watching what Vandersloot did, which like the last time someone had a triple double in a WNBA playoff game, wasn't it like Cheryl Swoops or something like that? Like
they said 16 years ago.
Yeah, it was insane. So like, can you talk like Deep Threat? Can you talk through like sort of like what your thought process was? Like you're watching these games, and then I just see that you were just like stacking like Vandersloot moments, and the one I bought for like $13 last week is now like $25. Yeah. So I had watched I think probably 2 seasons of WNBA, and it was, you know, 5 or 6 years ago, and not for the love of the game at all. I mean, even though I'm a big NBA fan, it was strictly because of DraftKings, and I was just doing research. Like I'll do that with like, I get into like NASCAR or tennis or things like that, where I'll just watch the games just for research purposes and not really know what's going on. But last night was actually like really enjoyable to watch, and this Vandersloot girl is just doing everything on the court, and she's like, you know, 4'10", or I don't know how tall she is, 5'3", 5'4" maybe, and she's getting 10 rebounds and 18 assists and just leading the team, you know, in every category, and it was remarkable. And you know, and I know how Top Shot kind of works, where you get these big numbers, these big scoring games, or these you know, record type setting games, and the prices will jump, and we saw that last night with Vandersloot, and I think Kelsey Plum jumped a little bit also, but that wasn't even the motivation. I was just getting caught up in the moment and just
just firing. I just had some Dapper available, and I was just like, if Vandersloot, ties the assist record, I'll buy another one. And if she gets a triple double, I'll buy another one. And I end up with 3 of them last night. And it was so much fun. I've probably never had so much fun watching a WNBA game before. Yeah, I mean, it took me back to like my high school days when we had like a state champion girls basketball team. I played boys basketball, but we were a girls basketball school because we sucked and they were state champs. So we would get a quarter of the gym packed, and the girls would have like overflow like in the gym, and the atmosphere was just electric. So like I've seen like the fans really get into the girls basketball, and that just kind of took me back, and I was having a blast, like, asking questions in the Discord and just following along, and the playoffs, the girls put it all out on the line. It was great. I had a great time.
It was a great part of just being a fan, just like watching it with the community, like in that Discord, and just watching you go nuts and watching Kelsey go nuts and everyone else enjoy it. Like, it was awesome. Yeah. And that you're speaking to my high school experience too. Like the story that I tell was that like, I knew that like girls were good at basketball, like in 8th grade, because we had a scrimmage against our state champion high school, like girls basketball team. And the kicking of my rear end that I took in that game just like instantly built in this certain level of respect that exists to this day. Yeah.
Nice.
So one quick question for you. What do you mentioned last night that like the game has changed over the last 5 years. What do you attribute that to? Is it more athleticism or I don't even know. Go ahead.
I think it's what's changed in the NBA and other areas of basketball too, is that the WNBA still has these like traditional like back to the basket sort of players, like the Grinders, the Sylvia Fowles, the Liz Cambage. But you saw it last night. Like Liz Cambage is chucking threes. You saw it in the playoff game before. Brittany Griner, who sometimes seems just so clunky on the court, was also tossing like these no-look touch passes. And I think just the skill set and kind of the wide open nature of the game just allows these folks like Vandersloot, Kelsey Plum. You saw it with like Chelsea Gray like last night too. Like just the wide open nature of the game allows folks just to cook, just to like show off their skills, and it's incredible.
Yeah, Kelsey Plum was amazing last night. I had never heard of her until the last pack drop, and wow, I'm a fan. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, and I say her first name wrong all the time. It's like Rakana Williams for the Aces last night, had over 20 points, doesn't have a moment on the side, I don't think, and like she shows that she deserved ones because she has done that. Like I play a lot of WNBA DFS, and like she's done that all year. Like there's deep talent like all over the place in the league.
Yeah. So if anybody watching this hasn't checked out any of those games, I'm sure the next ones coming up will be just as competitive and just as fun to watch. So
yeah.
And it's accessible. It was on ESPN too, which I'm sure most
and,
get. So
and League Pass, I didn't realize this until way late. League Pass is $16 for the entire season.
Nice.
I think it's only available on mobile app right now, and they got like some deal with like some mobile company I've never heard of before, but apparently like even next year it's going to be even more accessible than what it was already.
Nice.
Sick. Sick. Are you able to share your screen? Do you have a Top Shot up right now, or do you want me to share mine?
Let's share yours. I'm sure that you have it up already. I worry that I'm going to have like some Dunbar Wi-Fi happening to me at some point.
Okay. So yeah, I was thinking it'd also be good for us to kind of go through, just talk about any players that me or a Deep Threat might have questions about, and just any moments that you think are super cool or undervalued, or just anything that like you think is like we're both here to learn. You're the expert here. So I'm very, very excited about this.
Right. And I am going to deflect once again that I think Kelsey is the real expert and I'm just the person who's really loud about it in the Discord. So I will still take my mantle and be fine with it and stay here on the stage. And then I would also like encourage like chat if there's like questions in there. Like there's been some good chat pieces like so any other questions that those folks have is great. So let's just say that the right moment is like listed as the most expensive. Like Lisa Leslie belongs there, like at the top. Absolutely. Like that dunk. And I don't know if it's on Top Shot's Twitter. Like she did a video, like talking through like each one of the moments on there, then got to hers and talking about, after doing that dunk, she just loses her mind. And then her two teammates meet her at half court, losing their minds. And like the game is still going on. And she's like trying to like wave people all over the place.
Yeah. No, I remember. So, I mean, once again, didn't really watch the WNBA, but I remember when that happened because being a Sparks person, like it's in LA, they're very tied to the Lakers. I always knew who the Sparks were. So it was in the newspaper, like people were talking about it like a ton. And I like at the time as a kid, like being a little like, I was like, oh, like, wow, it took him this long to get a dunk. But I remember that was such a huge moment. Like, even when the WNBA wasn't that big of a deal. And like and Lisa Leslie, like her name, like is so iconic because of that moment, which is crazy.
Yep. And she like deserves every bit of it. Like MVP, WNBA champion, Hall of Famer, just all that, just an icon of the game. Yeah, that dunk did transcend sports. And now Brittany Griner dunks every other game. And like that's the evolution, of sports. Like I think about it like this time around, we're going to go through a bunch of teams that don't exist anymore, like Detroit Shock and things like that. And you think about like where the regular NBA was at 25 years into the league, like they had shuffled through so many teams. People were still doing like set shots and like underhand free throws. Like the game changes and we're kind of in the midst of that change. It's just on a different timeline with the women. We can go through these like one by one. If we want to touch on like Maya Moore, just like her importance to basketball and society, like she like walked into the league with just like these ridiculous like expectations like out of UConn and transcended like every bit of it, like multi-time like champion, MVP, everything like that. And then just like leaves the game to get into criminal justice reform and succeeds in that beyond, what anybody could have imagined. And it's just sort of an incredible sports story and just a human story in general. The one that I could watch over and over again is that Sue Bird assist. And like,
this one's a banger.
That's so good.
Oh,
yeah.
So clean. And you watch her track it the whole time. Like she knows exactly what she's doing. Like before she even hits the 3-point line, exactly what she's going to do. It's incredible.
Yeah. And she hasn't quite been that player like the last season or two, but to just see what she was sort of in that prime, that's so special. Like she was doing that on a nightly basis and just that vision and IQ was awesome.
Is she the one that just lost against Taurasi in the playoffs and people are saying higher?
Yep. They did a jersey swap. She's still weighing retirement options.
I saw it on Twitter. So do you think that this moment might be a little underpriced then, considering she's one of the better players and we can see that, I mean, I guess she's pretty close to Taurasi and a couple of these others. So I guess she's in that group of like greatest players.
I'd say not financial advice. If she ends up retiring in the next week or so, like it's happened with every other moment. Like that thing would skyrocket. I don't know that I would definitely buy that she's retiring. I think she's one of those folks who like deserves like one of those like retirement tours, kind of like Dwayne Wade and these other folks got. Like she deserves that, and I bet that she would get that next year if I was laying money on that.
Well, and
Yeah.
that's the other thing. Touching on this comment earlier, where he was saying that the Leslie moment could get to 10K. It's something that I like. I've gone from having a pretty solid strategy with these WNBA moments in general to like really just being like, yeah, I don't know what to do here, because like even with these rares, the mint count is so low. If you have WNBA fans who own these, and maybe like they're not looking to buy and sell so much, and they're not so versed in the market as NBA fans are now, who've potentially sat through at least like a whole season and kind of been like, oh, I can buy there and flip here and buy and get it back when it's lower and then sell it again when it's higher and stuff like that. It does seem like a lot of people are holding these things, me included. Like, I'm not looking to sell my Elena Deladon right away. And that surprises me, because I was originally like, yeah, I'm going to flip whatever I get immediately and buy a couple moments I've been waiting for. But after seeing the moment I got, and just seeing the fact that we know that there's 2 showcase challenges and it's a buzzer beater, and it's a great moment, it's a rookie badge. Like, I'm like, yeah, there's definitely no rush for me to list this even.
Yeah.
And so I do think we could see some of these take like a crazy run.
Absolutely. Like I would not list any of those for the world, especially like if I would have pulled like that Deldon or like a Becky Hammond, like I'm like, that's walking with me to the grave. Like, that stuff is so cool. And if I could answer like some of the questions, like on the side, there was something about, was it Drunk Tree watching videos on WNBA? Just like look in the WNBA channel on the Discord. Like, I think we're a cool crew. Kelsey is in there. Aaron Borland posts a lot. He is just over the top Minnesota Lynx fan, and has lots of good content there. And we can post some great videos. If we want to highlight who's probably going to be the GOAT, oh my gosh, Diana Taurasi. She is great. I would happily post. Someone took a whole bunch of snippets of Diana Taurasi interviews, where she's just being an absolute smartass, because that's what she does. And turn this into like 3 or 4 like YouTube like sort of series. And I would happily post that in the Discord, just so you all can enjoy Taurasi as much as I did. There's this book, the Jackie McMullen and some other folks. Jackie McMullen, like formerly of ESPN, wrote a book like that's all these like long interviews. It's called like For Love of Basketball, and there's a WNBA chapter in there. And the best quote of this whole book is like Diana Taurasi, when they started the NBA, they were like, how do we market this to the public? And they're like, let's look at all these pretty players. And they put them in all like these like kind of fashion shoots. And like the quote from like Diana Taurasi in there is like, they put me in an effing halter top and I'm never going to wear this again in my life. And she was just it was just so classic Taurasi. And y'all just have to enjoy this person while she's still playing. Like, watch their next game. Yeah.
Yeah. So Eric pulled the Taurasi rare jersey number, which is like insane. And I don't think this is the worst move, holding on to it, because yeah, she's still the GOAT. She might win another championship this year, it seems.
Yeah. I screamed when I saw that in Discord. Like, I didn't even hold the moment. I screamed. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was like, oh my, because I think we had oh gosh, what's his name? Jimmy. We had someone else pull the Wiseman jersey number, and that was like insane. And to have another person in the Discord do it, like, so cool to like root for everyone. Oops. And then I saw this, which I thought was interesting too. Yeah, I mean, Top Shot's meant to be a generational thing. I mean, there are people who bought baseball cards and basketball cards and gave them to their grandchildren or their children. And the beautiful thing with Top Shot is there's not like, you're not going to lose it, or they're not going to get thrown away or anything like that. And if you do think even that there's a remote chance that the WNBA might like has such a like so much room to grow, like, why not hold on to these and just see what happens? I mean, I don't know if I'll end up holding on. I might sell my Elena Del Don if it takes a pretty big pump because of showcase challenges. But I am not touching any of my Top Shot debut moments with like the Taurasi or the Ionesco or anything like that. And originally my plan was to sell them all at the top and then buy at the beginning of Series 3. But I was like, you know what? I don't want to risk losing any of these Top Shot debuts from players that I actually like and think that there's a lot of runway for. Of course, not financial advice, but just it has been so interesting to see how this happens. And Top Shot has just rewarded collectors, which they are doing more and more and more. Like, I mean, I've barely had to buy any moments to complete a lot of the challenges, and all of those have been like really cool moments. All Top Shot debuts once again, like all that. Have you been doing a lot of the challenges, Kevin?
Yeah, I have. Like I said, I am the minnowist of minnows, but kind of through help of other folks in Discord, I've been able to do challenge. I have that full set of the fandom moments, and I really feel the same way. Like I feel deeply attached to that very cool like Jewel Lloyd moment, and I have like. That Kia Nurse one too, like just these buzzer beaters that they're giving us, like these plays are great. Like I watch them over and over again, just like in my free time.
No, I'm someone who adores buzzer beaters and will take that to the grave. So anytime you give me a buzzer beater, I'm holding on to that thing.
Yeah,
I'm hoping they do a buzzer beater challenge at one of these days. One of these days I'll be right. But
speaking of,
yeah.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I had the thought, you know what an undervalued and underappreciated WNBA player is that has a buzzer beater on there? Like, click on Yolanda Griffin. Like, she was one of the OG, like, WNBA players. It's at the top of the page. Yep, there we go.
Oh, and is this from 99? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought that was going in.
No, just look how packed that arena was for like Sacramento.
Yeah, that's crazy. And dude, I was very worried how I was going to feel about the older clips when people are like, "Oh, I want a Jordan, I want a Magic, I want a Bird." I was like, those are going to look so bad in these. But I love the vintage look.
It brings the nostalgia back. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Absolutely.
It looks so sick.
And I love what you and you and Dustin talked about before with the Cynthia Cooper moment. Like, you get to look at their kicks like through that too, and you get to analyze every bit of this game. Like, I have deep nostalgia for like the Sacramento Monarchs because I just thought it was like a cool, those early like WNBA teams who would make a play on words with the NBA teams in their same city. Like, Monarchs was perfect, and those teams were amazing. Yolanda Griffith was just such a beast. She was so strong. And another underappreciated player like in that run it back is that Pichiro, who's from Portugal. Like, she is, you talk about like what Vandersloot or Sue Bird have for court vision. Like, she had that like 20 years before them.
Yeah.
That's clean.
Yep.
So do you think this is one of the moments that is a little undervalued? Like, not
I think I don't think people just know like who she is. And I wasn't out there watching like every Sacramento Monarchs game, but like you knew that she had, in that same era of like Jason Williams, white chocolate, in a Kings jersey, like she was there for that, around that same time. And she had that same kind of, passing ability. She deserves, I think she deserves a little bit more than 175, especially for a Top Shot debut.
And I think if I'm not mistaken, at least one of them are rocking the Adidas like Toaster Kobe's, which ugly shoe, but such a nostalgic shoe because it's such a distinct look. So I'm all about that. All about.
I've never heard that term, but
wearing them. Yeah, they look like a toaster. They're so ugly. But they're classic. They've gone down in history because they were attached to Kobe, but such a terrible shoe. But yeah, no, I mean that's an interesting one. Yeah, I feel like a lot of these on the bottom. I mean, first of all, I think a lot of these on the bottom will somehow be like used in a showcase challenge. I think they'll go up a decent amount. If I had a decent amount of Dapper sitting around, I would at least pick up like one or two, like at least a Top Shot debut. It does, to me, I'm not a fan. Like the Tina Charles, like I'd rather have her Top Shot debut than this rare moment. I think the Top Shot debut is really, really cool. But yeah,
I think that's fairly priced. Yeah.
So I want to bring up this one from Top Shot Tesla. Imagine when they have Top Shot booths in WNBA arenas next season, their user base will surely grow. Values may dip short term since bulk of holders are NBA fans first. I know I was kind of going back and forth with you last night, Jeb, about how long it would take for these moments to shoot up. I mean, there's only got to be a handful of WNBA like hardcore fans on the site right now. And yeah, I mean, just imagine when they start putting kiosks in the arenas and just reaching out to just an absolutely untapped user base right now. I know I'm really into the WNBA moments right now, and I wasn't a WNBA fan to begin with. I mean, just imagine when they start bringing hardcore and WNBA fans onto the platform, these 11,000 mints are going to be nothing compared to the amount of users they bring in.
Yeah,
which is why I was thinking these first batches of moments are going to skyrocket here fairly quickly, I would assume, and it's not going to be years. I mean, think about how long we've been on the platform. I mean, we've been on for less than a year, and think about all the stuff that we've been through already. Yeah, like it feels like we've been on the platform for 5 years already, and it's only been 7 or 8 months, right?
Yeah. So here's my hot take. One thing that people talk about a lot with Top Shot is they're like, yeah, just wait till the cardboard people get on board. Wait till the cardboard people get on board. Like, wait till all these people who believe more in the physical product, like buy into the digital, and like because of the utility and other things like that. The WNBA is a much younger sport. They have much more like tech savvy, hip fans. We were talking about like, oh, is the NFL going to like be able to convert people because their fans tend to like not be so tech savvy, so cutting edge and stuff like that. Like if there was a fan base that like, one, they have a lot of room to grow, but if there's a fan base that like Top Shot was designed for, it probably is the WNBA more than any other fan base, because you have a lot of younger people. I mean, obviously there's people of all ages who are fans of the WNBA, but there are a lot more younger people who are probably a little more in tune and open to something new, where they can express their fandom. And if something like this allows them to get access to games or meeting players or autographed jerseys and stuff like that, I mean, one benefit of the WNBA not being nearly as big as the NBA is you have a lot more opportunity probably to get access to these things, because you don't have to, Top Shot doesn't have to be like, okay, we have 10,000 people in this raffle for 8 spots. They're like, oh, we got like 2,000, and we can bring, because ticket prices are so much lower, we can actually bring 50 people to this WNBA game, and we'll have a whole Top Shot section and stuff like that. And I think because of that, I think long term, like WNBA on Top Shot could explode, and maybe they just continue to feed each other and go up. I don't know.
You can even see the interaction that the WNBA players have already had on the platform, you know, since the announcement. I mean, they've been all over Twitter and just pumping it up. Unlike a lot of the NBA players, where it's only just been, you know, 2 or 3 guys that have really dug into it. It seems like the majority of the girls have embraced it, and
I think there's just so few like WNBA exclusive kind of just like collectibles or spaces. And I think for anyone who's a fan, they would jump all over that, you know, in the same way that, you know, that I did, maybe not grabbing every like run it back pack or something like that, but to hold on to, you know, the fandom moments or those commons. Like there's not a whole lot else out there, for WNBA fans to sort of latch on in terms of like memorabilia or, you know, collector stuff.
Yeah. So real quick, Top Shot Tesla says, I'm surprised they didn't have IRL activations ready for WNBA. In the WNBA, though, that was a little disappointing. Behind the scenes at WNBA finals would have been a cool once in a lifetime experience. Personally, I think for sure there's going to be some sort of contest with WNBA moments to get access to go to the WNBA finals. If they can pull it off with the NBA finals, they can 1,000% do it with the WNBA finals, because the WNBA is clearly much more on board. Like I said, like there's cheaper entries, barriers to entry. Like there's almost, I would be absolutely shocked if there was not a WNBA finals, like real life activation thing.
Well, just think about the NBA giveaway. It was done like 3 or 4 days before Game 6. They
Exactly.
like they, I think it was like after Game 4.
Well, it was
Or
after
between
both-
Game 3 or between
after
Game
both
3 and Game
teams were
4.
determined, I'm pretty sure. Once we knew exactly. Yeah.
Because they don't. Yeah, they have to know what city they're sending people to,
Exactly.
and we don't know. We don't know the cities that are going to be in the finals yet. So they couldn't do a finals package yet until they know where they're sending people, unless they just want to do an IOU. But that doesn't seem like their
It's
style.
not as exciting. Yeah,
it
no,
doesn't seem like their
I
style.
think there's zero chance there is not a WNBA like activation giveaway or whatever they call it. Like I think there's for sure one. Like Top Shot Tesla pointed out, like that would be such an insane missed opportunity. So I mean, that's just another reason why I'm not in a rush to sell my Elena Deladon and not trying to move off any of my WNBA moments and just holding what I have. Maybe I'm not buying a ton more because like I am an NBA fan at the end of the day, and I'm learning a lot more about the WNBA, and I'm getting actually a lot more excited than I ever thought in my life I would. But at the same time, like I'm not going to go bet the farm on it, but I'm definitely not selling all these moments that I got in packs when they're good moments of good players, their Top Shot debuts. Like I don't know what the motivation is of selling when there's potential for so much more in the future with utility and them growing in value as like more fans get on board and as the WNBA grows.
Yeah, and we had that talk, Jeb, in the Discord too. Just how much does this league explode when Ionescu like shows her true value like in the league? Like when she's out there like legit averaging a double, like this league is going to blow up. She's already in commercials and like as like a very pop culture friendly person, and she's a nobody in the sense of like how much bigger she can get for sure. Yep.
Yeah.
And if I could just answer, there was a question up there about like the Angel McGockry moments.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
No, you're totally okay. And that's a moment that feels like hard to gauge, like if it's worth more or less than like what it should be. I think it's hard for me to guess that she's going to come back, even though she's only like, I looked it up today because it was like bugging me. Like she's only 35. Like she's younger than like Suber, Tarasi, and like some of the folks out here, but she had a pretty devastating injury. I don't know that she's back. So, maybe that's a moment to hold because that may be her only thing on the site. And if you are like one of those dream fans, hold on to that. And the other one that I saw from Rocket Silas era about this Cheryl Swoops, that triple double, first one in the league. Yeah.
Oh,
it could be undervalued. Also because just Cheryl Swoops is like one of those top 3 GOATs. Like we forget about it now, but she was just so far ahead of the curve when it came to, what women's basketball players were doing in the WNBA. Like at the time, just scoring, facilitating, ball handling, everything that she brought, she was absolutely great.
Yeah. I did not realize the first triple double was on there, but I mean, as we just talked about recently, the was it Vandersloot who just put up one? Yeah. Like we saw that rise and people get excited about that. Like maybe a lot of people like myself don't realize that, hey, like this is the very first triple double in WNBA history. Because I mean, we see how much that dunk's going for, but I mean, a hot take. I think a triple double is a little more impressive than a dunk. So wow, I did not know that. I might. Oh.
And she has like what, like 4 rings or something like that. Like those Houston Comets teams were unstoppable, you know, early on in the league.
Yeah, and it's got a championship badge. Like, I don't know. I'm a sucker for the badges personally.
Yep.
And then yeah, Ryan. I remember Ryan posting this in the Discord on Kobe Day. WNBA NFTs will be around longer and will end up at a much higher market cap value than 95% of current NFT projects. And I mean, I would say that applies to just Top Shot in general, whether that's NBA, WNBA, NFL, or whatever else. Like, they're a quality company who's got official partnerships with these sports, and I think that's where so much value is held, and they're doing it right. Like, once again, not a WNBA fan, but all these moments are such great moment picks. I don't, how much longer am I going to say I'm not a WNBA fan at this point? Like,
I think you've turned the corner already.
Yeah, maybe, because they've done such a good job picking the right moments and highlighting all these players that, hey, like, maybe you didn't know about them, but like, they're very easy to get excited about, for sure. Which is really, really cool.
Yeah. One question I had for Deep Threat, Katie Smith, Ohio State product. Did you see? Yeah, did you? It pains me to say as a Nebraska alum, but like, how sweet is her moment? Like, that release that she has on that run it back, like, that is like a Jeff Hornacek kind of jumper. Like, it's good.
Yeah, I like the catch and shoot. I think they picked a good moment for her.
Yeah.
I know she was more of an all-around player than just a shooter, but I think they did a good job with that, and I'll definitely have that in my inventory at some point.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard for me to get off of my Candace Parker, because I really have a deep love for Candace Parker, just her game and her personality and everything. And I think she's probably close to my age. I feel like I'm the same age as like Sue Bird and Taurasi, I believe. And I don't think Candace Parker is much farther behind.
Yeah, she's mid-30s.
Yeah,
at the very least. Yeah.
But yeah, Katie Smith, like, I see her on local advertisements around Columbus. So I see her face fairly often. So yeah, so I always going to support my Buckeyes.
Yeah, I mean, I understand when you have so much Dapper, you know, caught up in 108 Vandersloots. It's hard to move off that, but Swin Cash, besides being like the best name on the list, is like, she was great. You know, I talked about sort of like those mid and late aughts was sort of like a dark period for me. But some of the research that I'd done on like these 25, you know, greatest players, you know, what Swin Cash had for a bag, like, look at that finish. Wow. She was just tough, and kind of did all the things like you mentioned, like Katie Smith. Like, Swin Cash was a scorer, but was also just like tough as nails, and, you know, finished in traffic and did all the things you wanted to out of like one of those great players. So, you know, it's one of the cheaper moments, but like, it's a 2 Badger. Like, you get a rookie moment from one of the 25 greatest players, under 200 in a rare format like that. Like, I think that exists kind of on the lower rung of those value sheets. And the same thing for like Cappy Pondexter, who's for the Liberty. Like, she is not a person that I would like want to meet like in a dark alley. Like, she is so strong and so tough. Like, she's from Chicago, like graduated Rutgers, like in those like Big East years, and just was a bucket getter, and, you know, way tougher than like what her like size would like indicate. And you know, that's for being one of the cheapest moments on there. Like, I know it only has a Top Shot debut, but like, that's a great player. Like, if you're a Liberty fan, like I think the Cappy Pondexters of the world were like one of those people that you like latched on to, like sort of like that's our person.
Yeah, that's so sick. I think one thing that's worth pointing out too is just the fact that like arguably, I think LG said that this like in a podcast, he's like, oh, this will be the most valuable WNBA set of all time. I don't think even that's really a hot take. That just makes sense. It's like the top 25 plays of all time in the history of the WNBA. But like out of like a lot of like rare sets, like we saw the throwdowns where there was like some really good, some high highs, but some low lows where they're like, they spread it out too much. And we even seen with the first run it back set, they have a couple play, like even Andrew Bogut, I think in there, like who wants that? Like, I think it is so, I'm a little worried about what they do next year if they do a run it back for the WNBA. Cause it's like, okay, you kind of gave us like the best thing possible. But I mean, it's so sick that it's like every single player you get is like a guaranteed baller. It's their Top Shot debut most likely, and like it's one of the top plays of all time. Like that's a pretty like I don't think there's any other set that is a guarantee like that, which is really cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like, I mean, any one of those Houston Comets players you're going to pull, like there may not be a Houston Comets anymore, but I think like Rocket Silas or something like that, it's like brought up, but like these people are still like adored in Houston. And like each one of these players is still going to have like this built-in just like fan base and like some of that, you know, there's a little bit of nostalgia, but also just like that hometown kind of just greatness that really, I think builds in just a lot of like long-term value.
Well, and how many of these moments are from girls from either UConn or Tennessee? Like, the majority of them. And I feel like women's college basketball was more popular back when I was in my 20s than the WNBA was. So, just like the UConn fans and the Tennessee fans, like they have their own set of women that they like, you know, that they latched onto.
Yep. In the same way for like Elena Del Don, like graduated like from Delaware. And, you know, that I think that school just has such an admiration. And even just like, she's not a run it back, but like Asia Wilson already has a statue like outside the arena at South Carolina. And like these folks like already have like that built-in kind of allegiance that I think provides that a lot of that interest and value. And for the Candace question, like, I don't know, like, it's still a pretty high price moment, like up there, isn't it? Like, it's kind of in that like middle upper tier. It hasn't like sunk as much as like the Tina Charles one.
It's at 230. I personally think it definitely does. I don't know. For me, like whether it's the common moments or the rares, like I would definitely prioritize getting run it backs for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, not run it back. Sorry. Prioritize getting Top Shot debuts because like we've seen it with we've seen it with Series 1 with the NBA. Like people don't go after the Luka Series 1. They go after the Luka Series 1 Top Shot debut. So if you have a choice, like why not get the common Candace Parker and then instead buy a run it back of a different Top Shot debut that's also like an equal caliber player. Maybe
that's pretty sure. I agree.
Yeah. And if they ever like introduce like those MVP badges, or you know, they could have done a championship badge for Candace Parker. And shout out Candace Parker for having a statue like outside her high school. I definitely do not. I don't know how everyone else's high school experience was.
Not yet, Kevin. Once we go on ESPN as the leading expert of the WNBA, they'll be throwing up statues of you everywhere.
Yeah, so. I think Rebecca Lobo has things to say about that, and I've seen her throw elbows in the 90s. So I want none of that smoke, like 0% of it.
Awesome. Oh. Well, is any other questions in the chat or anything like that? But yeah, I thank you so much, Kevin, for coming on. This was so great. It was so great to talk to you. I feel like I learned so much. And once again, like I might be watching WNBA. I might be in that channel with you guys, like wilding out soon, because just the more I learn about it, the more excited I get. And so I mean, I've said before, like I don't like the WNBA, but I also don't like college basketball. And my philosophy has always been like, oh, I just like watching the best play. But there definitely, if Top Shot has taught me anything, is that there are like, yes, these are like these women can't jump from the free throw line and dunk, which is a bummer. But because of that, they have to find other ways to score, and that can be equally as exciting and the same like high intensity and competitiveness for sure.
I think you need to like give that tweet, like just dictate that and like put it in like every one of those like super misogynistic like Twitter comments that happen on like everyone tweeting about the WNBA. Like you're absolutely right. Like it's so easy just from a fan perspective just to get wrapped up in, you know, what these folks can do on an athletic level. Like I had and I'm probably going way over any time that you allotted me, but
no, you're fine.
You don't know us very well.
Right. There's no cap on this time right. At all. I have you see on my like Twitter there, the DFS for WNBA. That's like my second one that I just set up to share WNBA things. There's this play that Allie Quigley from the Chicago Sky splits the defense with like 2 ball fakes and a Euro step. And it's just like this 3-second video clip, but like 5 days after this play happened, like I still like just sat there and think about just like, God, that was just such a badass play. And Allie Quigley can't dunk, but she can like splash it from anywhere on the court. And like, that's something to be appreciated. And I think, you know, from Jeb and Deep Threat, and I think the overwhelmingly kind of positive response we've had in like our Discord and community about like these, like including WNBA and watching WNBA, like I think folks are recognizing that that means only growth for the league and for these moments. So, you know, I appreciate the opportunity to talk about it, but I appreciate more just this idea that we kind of have this built-in, you know, fan base. I think one of the most fun I've had watching a game in 2021 was, you know, the other night during that Sky game where everyone is just losing their minds and Deep Threat is stacking Vandersloot moments. Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, I can't watch tomorrow's game live because there's Thursday night football, but I will be DVRing and fast forwarding through the commercials, and those games go by pretty quick. They're not as long as NBA games. So I suggest everyone put it on the DVR and check them out, and you can probably fast forward through the commercials and get through it in an hour and a half, probably. Maybe less. But yeah, I'll be recording both of those games and watching them after football. So no spoilers. I guess I'll keep Discord off. And
right. Yeah, and I won't be watching either. So yeah, I'm doing like full catch up on YouTube and in the DVR. So if you tweet any spoilers, just keep it in the WNBA Discord channel, and I'll avoid that. So
right.
Yeah, I appreciate all your time, guys.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on. We really appreciate it.
Yeah. Hopefully this is the first of many appearances, because I don't think the WNBA is going anywhere. And until I catch up, like I'm gonna need someone to coach me through and give me very specific financial advice on all the moments I buy. So
that's what we're here for. I think we're like one more good Vandersloot game away from like Deep Threat passing me on like WNBA knowledge.
I know. I'm gonna need a second job here. If she has any more good games.
That's right. All right. Bye, guys.
Right. Thank you so much, Kevin. Wow, that was great. That was
awesome. That was awesome.
Okay, thank you once again to Kevin for jumping on in and teaching us more about the WNBA. Like, yeah, I'm excited. I might have to tune into some games. But all right, now we're gonna do a shift on to our next segment, and we're gonna talk about Run It Back, which was announced. I think we just do a quick run through kind of like our strategy, how it's shifted maybe a little, but I don't think it's shifted that much. And then just kind of like what we think about the overall like rollout so far, because I know there's been so much talk where people are like, oh, they're going to put Kobe's 81-point game in there. And I mean, it's like obvious they're not. They've made it very clear It'll be interesting because I almost guarantee when they release the list, there's going to be some serious backlash from people complaining that like, oh, Allen Iverson's not in here, or like that. I mean, maybe they put Allen Iverson in. I don't think so though. I think Kobe's definitely not going to be in there, and maybe they leave even like the top tier players like an Iverson out, and one or two others, and like Wade is clearly like the biggest name in there. And he seems to actually like be involved, considering he tweeted about it, which I was like, oh, wow. I don't know off the top of my head. I meant to look this up. I don't know if he owns the rights to his likeness. Like I'm sure Kobe and Jordan and other players do. I would imagine that very possible.
What makes you think Iverson won't be on there? Wasn't he on the Sixers that season?
Yeah, he was, but maybe they save, maybe they just save his Top Shot debut for like his step over Tyronn Lue or something like super iconic, like when he went to the finals and stuff like that. Or maybe they put him in that level like with Kobe, where they're like, no, we're going to do a special type of rollout for Iverson specifically. Because I think when they do Kobe, and obviously there are different levels. Like Iverson, most people probably wouldn't put in top 10. Kobe's in everyone's top 10. But like I think when they do Kobe, like when Kobe gets on the platform, there's going to be a Kobe day, like specifically where they release Kobe moments. I think there'll be legendary, common, rare moments that are all Kobe, and it'll be a very specific drop. While like it was clearly with Dwayne Wade and like these other players who are some of the greats, but not that next level, like the top tier, they're going to be in run it backs. So I like that. I like that. And I hope I'm right about that for sure. Yes. This is the goal is for this to happen.
Yeah.
maybe this
building up a knowledge base here.
Yeah. Next, I tried to get into it in the Discord, but I just don't know enough yet about the WNBA, unfortunately, to really like hammer down and put out like a video that I would be like proud of and comfortable to give some like very serious speculation on. But the goal is to be there next year for sure. But and here's a question: do we think LeBron and Melo, who already have their Top Shot debuts in Top Shot, do we think they get run it back moments?
I would assume that if they are in the current Players Association, that they will have moments, because once they leave the Players Association, then it's up to the player. And Melo may just say, no, I don't want to be on Top Shot ever again.
Yeah.
So I think they'll probably take advantage of those while they have them. Yeah.
I think there's going to be a Cavaliers LeBron. I feel pretty strongly about that personally, and I think like that's going to be the biggest moment from the pack. Because I mean, Lakers LeBron is cool, I guess, but Cavaliers LeBron, like that would be. And there's so many great plays from that year, I'm sure. Like he's going
to be young with a full head of hair and man.
And flying like no other.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
He's still athletic, like an athletic freak. But back then, like LeBron was just like, it didn't look human. So, and I mean, I know you're from Ohio, so like that would be like that would be your grail above any other LeBron moment, right? Instantly.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I was a senior in high school. He was a freshman, and I was one game away from playing St. Vincent St. Mary.
Wow.
Yeah. And the team that beat us in the district finals lost to St. Vincent St. Mary by like 55 points or something. And that was the team that beat us. So we would have got just smashed by that team. But yeah, I was a game away from playing
this close to getting dunked on by LeBron.
Yeah, I'm sure he was dunking as a freshman.
Yeah, no, he was.
Yeah.
That would be crazy.
That would have been embarrassing.
That's I don't know.
I would have a VCR. It would be on VCR.
Yeah. We would have to make a moment of that for sure.
Yeah.
That would be crazy.
Yeah. I'm kind of glad we dipped out a game early.
Rookie,
Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a huge CP3 fan, but I think his rookie is a pretty cool moment. I mean, there was some lesser names that I'm kind of excited about, like Bibby and
Jason
Mo Peterson. Jason Williams.
Yeah.
Although I don't know if he was on the Kings that year or not.
No, he was on the Heat. But I think it was Packrip who pointed out that he put up like 21 straight points to clinch them going to the finals. And obviously that sounds like a pretty amazing moment.
I wonder if they're going to use those guys that are on the teams that they're not known for moving forward, or if they're just going to wait to do.
So they did say in their release, and just a lot of things that made me very excited. They did say they're going to be. They specifically said, let me pull it up and just read it. But I think they did say they wanted to give us players that were remembered for like whatever team they were on.
And that makes sense, and I think that's probably the right decision. Instead of just getting the guys out there, they can just wait until the season that they're on the team that they're known for. I think that makes more sense, especially for a debut.
So it says including Hall of Famers suiting up for the teams they're best remembered for.
Yeah.
So at least
I think that's the right
tier
call.
Players.
Yeah, I think that's the right thing to do, because you got these weird, like KG on the Nets like type moments that are superstars and TSDs, but just that's not what they're known for. Like,
you've heard me.
And they had two other teams to choose for KG. Like, he could have been from the Timberwolves or the Celtics.
Yeah, either would have been acceptable. And yeah, I mean, you know how I feel about that. I've ranted about that multiple times. It really upsets me. So I do. It will be interesting because we could get a Paul Pierce on the Celtics, not a TSD, but still be really cool. And he's like kind of starting to get into his prime at that time. Kevin Garnett on the Timberwolves, once again, sadly not a Top Shot debut, but it would be the more valuable moment, ironically, out of the two. Like it would eclipse that.
Nash on the Suns.
Yeah.
Rockets
Nash on the Suns. Yeah. So do you think like a Nash on the Suns moment versus a Nash on the Lakers, at least in my opinion, like the Lakers Nash moment is such a joke.
I don't care about the badge in that.
Yeah, who would want to own? So do you think if Nash on the Suns, even if he's announced, do you think that price on that Lakers one drops? Do you think people are just like, oh my God, like I don't want this? Because like before you didn't have a choice. Like if you're a Nash fan, I guess you have to buy the Nash Lakers. But now if you have a choice, obviously you want the Suns. So do you think Pierce and Kevin Garnett and like these players, do you think their value drops and these moments are worth more than their Top Shot debuts?
That's a good question. I mean, I don't know if they would drop or if the new moments will just come in at a higher price.
Yeah.
Which I think might be the case.
But if the moment eclipses the old moment, I think that might, maybe not, like I'm not saying it will drop like off they're not going to be like a couple $100 all of a sudden, but like if the Nash Suns moment does get to a higher price than the Lakers moment, I think instinctively the Lakers one would start to drop because people would. I mean,
there's a certain set of people that only care about the badges and don't really care.
Yeah,
about the team. True. So
would be interesting.
Yeah. I mean, that is an interesting thing that we'll see play out in front of our eyes.
Yeah, I'm very, very interested on the list. I am hoping we do see a Garnett, a Pierce, a Nash, a Dirk. Because I mean, why not have another Dirk? A
young Dirk, yeah.
Yeah, and if there's another Dirk, that current Dirk right now is not a bottleneck anymore, which would also be interesting. I think there's so many interesting things that are going to happen, and it'll be so interesting to see what happens the first run it back, because I'm of the opinion, and I guess this is kind of a hot take, but I'm of the opinion that Series 1 run it back, like as soon as this pack drops and historically as we go on, will always be considered the worst run it back ever.
Yeah.
I think like people are going, like basketball fans who are basketball fans first are going to look at that and be like, besides, like, obviously there's Tim Duncan and Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili with the championship badges, super sick. And then the Kevin Garnett Top Shot debut is okay. I think if they release the Supersonics Kevin Durant, that thing like goes to the moon compared to the current one. And then the Dirk is obviously good too. But there's so many like mediocre players, like a Kelly Olynyk, like Celtics, like who wants that? And there's so many players on the wrong teams. I feel like moving forward, like people that run it back, people will want less and less and less.
So as a set, it'll probably be the worst like quality, but I don't know if it'll be like the worst valued, just because it's S1 and it's got everything has a badge on it. So I don't know if the value will take a hit, but I think just the sentiment about that set is like just kind of like how they do the duplicates of you got 6 Zions. Like I don't think the sentiment behind that is like, I mean, that's kind of trash that they did the 6 different types of Zions, but it doesn't mean that the values are going to diminish because of it.
Yeah, I guess I just mean that I think that the values will not really go up like a lot of people think they will. Like there's a lot of people who are buying the Kevin Durant run it back moments considered like this holy grail. I think it's because a lot of people are like, oh, this thing's going to absolutely like skyrocket once Top Shot takes off. But I think if they release a Kevin Durant Supersonics moment, I think that thing is what takes off, even if it's a much higher mint count. And I think a lot of people aren't so drawn to the Kevin Durant Top Shot debut. Maybe that's not the best one. But like if you're especially, I think it more applies to if you're holding a Nash or a Pierce or Kevin Garnett or something like that. Like I think those prices don't move. They're like baked in, and like moving forward. And the Kelly Olynyk, like I think the Kelly Olynyk dips when they release an S3 moment with him, and you suddenly don't need the Kelly Olynyk to complete the whole, to have all the players because he just signed with the Celtics again. So that doesn't become a bottleneck at the start of the season, probably.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I'm so excited with all the possibilities and like watching what happens with this, because I think once again this sets a precedence for the next run it back, and like everything we learn here like really like will apply to what we learn, to how we act more.
I think
next time.
I think worrying about bottlenecks isn't productive once we get 1 or 2 more series under our belts. I mean, it's going to be so impossible to keep all those together. The moments are going to get so expensive unless you're already just adding on. But then there may be some weird, no, KCP does not need a run it back. KCP doesn't need a common moment.
No.
So yeah, I don't know if bottlenecks will be as prominent moving forward as they have been this season.
Yeah.
Just because it's going to be so much harder. And there's so many more people that are going to be on the platform, bidding for these things that.
Yeah. I could be wrong, Mark, but I'm pretty sure he's with the Celtics again, but feel free to fact check me. You're probably right. So real quick, do you have any strategies going? Like, has your strategy changed at all? Or like, what's your strategy in terms of like collector score and like with Run It Back in general? We know it's going to release in October. Anything special you're like thinking long term here, or you just kind of what we talked about before and just waiting for like the real announcement?
Yeah, I'm just going to wait for the real announcement to see who all's involved. I think it's a little bit too early. The announcement was like, we kind of already knew.
That Run It Back exists.
Yeah, that we already knew it was coming in October. Like if it hadn't come by the second week of September, we kind of already knew at that point that it was coming in October, because they said that it would come either in the summer or right at the beginning of the season or day one of the NBA season, if Mike's correct about that.
Yeah, I think he might be. We'll see. Maybe not. But it'll be around that time regardless. Maybe it's not day one, but I think it's like the week before or the first week of the NBA or whatever. Appreciate it, Maverick. But yeah, like it'll be really, really interesting. I'm excited for it. I do think this is something that's just not worth speculating about. I know so many people on Twitter, or maybe because they're just starving for content. But a lot of people have been talking about it or like live streaming about it. And I'm just like, I don't know what the point of speculating, like what moments are going to be there, because like we'll know pretty soon.
Yeah.
And we know like people are freaking out that there's going to be a Kobe 81-point game. I mean, it breaks my heart, but there's zero chance. And I tweeted that, and Alan of Dapper liked my tweet. So I've not that that's like confirmation, but I feel like that's a little like nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Yeah.
That, hey, you're right. Like
they're gonna do a Kobe set just like they did a Giannis. If they're gonna do a Giannis MVP set, they're gonna do a Kobe like tribute set.
Yeah,
of 10 of his 100%. Best plays or 12 of his
I'm working
best
on
plays.
a really special video. I don't know when, like timeline wise, when I'll be able to put it out, because of a couple different variables. But I'm working on a like speculation video talking about like what I think the Kobe rollout will be for Top Shot, just because like it's something that's been talked about for a lot recently, as people have been gotten more and more excited about Run It Back. And now that they announced the year, and some people are like, oh, 81-point Kobe. Like, I think it'll be a really video that I'm super, super excited about. So hopefully, certain people come through, that I'm working with. So
it would be pretty cool if each season they did, or each series they did, a year that they run it back to, but then also a specific player.
Yeah.
Where they do a set of. So
that'd be sick.
Yeah. So instead of just doing the 2005, 2006 run it back season, do that and then do a Dwayne Wade set of all of Dwayne Wade's best moments.
Yeah. And it doesn't even have to be a huge set. So it's like, it doesn't oversaturate, but yeah. Like that would solve a problem. So one of the things
then do like an MJ set and a Magic set and a Bird set and a Kareem set. Like there's so many different players that you could do. Like each, I mean, you could fill up 20 to 30 years worth of just having one player that you focus on. I think that would be pretty sick.
No, and I mean, I don't want to give away too much of my video, but I have like a really specific idea, and part of it kind of revolves around that. So I don't want to go more granular than that, but I think you're definitely right on. Do you guys think WNBA run it back moments will get a CS boost for the run it back cues? Personally, I don't think so. I think they'll get a CS boost for the legendary WNBA pack that comes out for the finals. But I think I think as we go forward, we'll see more and more of like, you get CS boosts based on maybe there's not necessarily a marketplace boost, because we saw that with this last pack. No one got a marketplace boost. And I think this was the first time since the marketplace boost released that they didn't add it. But they're basically saying, hey, like we're rewarding collectors with more of what they want to collect. So if you had a bunch of WNBA moments, you were allowed to get that priority queue to collect more. I think that goes with the legendary WNBA pack. And I think with the run it back pack, I think maybe this one, they'll probably just do collector score and probably have a marketplace boost.
Or they could have like if you're a rare collector, if you like collecting rare moments, maybe you get a rare boost for each rare moment that you own.
Yeah. Well, I do think, let's say they release another Seeing Stars, right? I do think when Seeing Stars 2 comes around, your Seeing Stars moments that you have will get a collector score boost, the ones that you're holding. And that will qualify you for the priority queue. Or maybe if you have a certain amount or you have the whole set, you get automatically into the priority queue or something like that.
And that's a good way to keep those sets with a little bit of utility year over year over year instead of just having them, nice to look at.
Exactly.
So yeah,
Brandon
that's a good
asked,
idea.
when National Beast Association interview. I've been talking to the artist in the DMs quite a bit, actually. Seems like a really nice guy, and I definitely would love to interview him. But I mean, first of all, being sick, I've just been kind of out of it, trying to recover. So hopefully this weekend I can kind of reassess and get back on board, because I have a lot of content in the pipeline I'm trying to get out, but I definitely want to talk to him in the near future for sure. Wolves team set holders with huge stacks are about to get $1,000 bottling. Yeah, if it will be interesting to see what happens. Like, I'm so interested just from an observation perspective of how this shakes everything up, because I do think it'll shake up a lot of things, and I think a lot of people will be complaining very loudly on Twitter. And that is always fun to see. Remember when Jeb said Nine Lives Lounge will get NFL early access? Did they announce?
Is that breaking news? Because I was doing this, so I missed Roham in the Nine Lives Lounge tonight.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, I'll have to look. I don't want to say you're wrong, but based on what I know is if you're in the nine. Oh, okay. But
nice. Let's
go. Do you automatically get access? Because I know
it says. All right, so his. I don't know. Are you bringing it up? No.
So I know with the Seuss, they said the same thing, the Dr. Seuss stuff, but there's still Nine Lives.
All right. So here's his response to one of the questions. It says, the question was, "Hey Roham, will Nine Lives Lounge get early access to the NFL?" And his answer was yes. Nine Lives Lounge will get the highest priority flag for NFL as well as La Liga. However, this does not mean guaranteed early access or that all Nine Lives Lounge will get access before anyone else. Each brand team will take a variety of factors into account, including collector score and marketplace spend. There will also be slots in early access reserved for new fans for each particular brand, as well as testers who prove themselves through other means. And this was kind of one of my talking points was going to be tonight, was that with the NFL, they're not just going to allow Dapper to gather all of their beta testers and that be the complete group. Like, there's going to be some Dapper testers and there's going to be some NFL testers and probably some, of the affiliated, marketing companies, the big sponsors. I don't know if Coke or Pepsi is a sponsor or whatever, but some of those people are going to have their own little testers that get to come in, and it's going to be a large group of individual sets of people. And I think it wouldn't be fair for it just to be the Nine Lives Lounge members to be the entire set from Dapper. I don't think that's fair, but I think that they could be a subset of our little group where they add, where maybe it's 25 to 50% of Dapper's beta testers are Nine Lives Lounge. It probably should be less than 50%.
It's definitely going to be less than 50%.
But I don't know how many beta testers they're going to need. I know that they said they're going to do a closed beta before they do an open beta.
Yeah, I don't think the closed beta is going to last that long either, based on what they've said as well. So no, Stan Loves, I was right on the dot. It's exactly what I was saying in the Discord, was that, like, it's what they're doing with the Dr. Seuss. There was a lot of people who were in the NLL who were upset that they didn't get access to Dr. Seuss, because they're like, oh, we were guaranteed access to it. But what Top Shot is saying is, they're like, hey, this is one of the avenues to get early access. There's different avenues, and you have a much higher percentage, especially if you're somebody that's not who hasn't dropped hundreds of thousands of dollars on Top Shot, or someone who doesn't have a massive collection, or some of these other variables that they're looking for. But there's no guarantee that NLL people that you get into the NFL. Even right now, signing up, the people who get a bunch of invites based on the referral system, it looks like will get access as well. So I think NLL is, but so Stan Love, not everyone has gotten access. I know for a fact because there are multiple NLL people I know who still are waiting for access to it.
Right. They did announce that everyone would get early access, but it would not be rolled out all at the same time. So there are, from what I gather, probably 75% of the NLL are in Seuss now, and there's only probably a handful of people, maybe just a couple hundred, who haven't gotten access yet. But it seems like most of the lounge has gotten in, and
but a lot of other random people have gotten in too.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, we're only going to be a small little subset of the Dapper testers, and then there's also going to be the NFL testers, and then any affiliates that do the testing with that also. So
it's the 9 Lives Lounge. It's just whoever holds 30 out of 30. 30 out of 30 of the cool cats, you get access. That's kind of what Roham calls the Soho house of Top Shot.
Wow, that's huge. That's exciting.
I mean, that's what I expected, though. Like, it's not a guarantee, but it's like, hey, you have a much higher percentage than if you didn't own these and you don't have this massive account, or you didn't invite a bunch of people, or like all this stuff, which makes sense. Like, that's kind of what they told us from the beginning. It'll be interesting to see what happens to the Cool Cat set. It'll be interesting to see what happens to the 9 Lives Lounge when they actually start giving access and people start complaining because we know that's coming.
As soon as they announced the NFL the leak yesterday, not today, the one from the Business Journal yesterday, within, I don't know, 2 minutes, we got all the haters that were coming out saying, oh, the lounge shouldn't get access, and like, I'm not going to name names, but you know, the normal Top Shot haters.
I think, was it MBL who put out like a thread talking about it?
His was a response to one of the haters, actually.
Oh yeah, I liked his approach to it, where he's like, I completely agree with him, where he's like, hey, like, they just made it so vague, like, you're just going to upset like users, whether they're in the 9 Lives Lounge or not, because like, you haven't set these strict guidelines, and just saying, hey, like, the benefits only last up to this point, or you have like this percentage of getting in, or stuff like that. So they have been. So yeah, how long will the 9 Lives Lounge last with benefits early access? No one knows, and I mean, that's kind of the problem, because eventually, like, people will get burned. Like, if, let's say, like, you, a deep threat, you're like, oh, I got early access to the NFL. That's really what I wanted. Cool Cats are going at such a high price. I'm selling that and using the Dapper for NFL. The person who just spent an insane amount of money to get your Cool Cats might end up holding the bag if Dapper at any point is like, okay, we kind of got to cut off this 9 Lives Lounge thing now that we're transitioning to stage 2 of our rollout with our products and stuff. So it'll be interesting.
I don't know if Dumbo answered this for you. I don't even know if you asked him, but from what I gather, it's the lounge is supposed to be indefinite. It's just supposed to exist.
Correct.
Along with the Discord, and like, I don't know if elite is the word, but just as a small subset of highly dedicated investors, collectors, just like, you know, I come from the casino business. We have an elite tier of casino players where they get free trips, free cruises, free everything because they spend the most. And there's different levels of tiers in a casino like loyalty program, but the top tier always remains. And as long as you keep your play up at that top level, you stay there indefinitely. And those things don't have an expiration. You just keep going and going and going. You keep getting all the top benefits. And I don't see this being much different. They want that group of top tier, you know, because over the years, the price of these moments is going to get so high that people are going to fall off because that's their number that they're going to sell for.
Yeah. That would be interesting.
But there's going to be more dedicated investors that get in at that point that buy those moments from those guys that hit their number. So it's going to be just that top tier that remains, and they're going to get, and it's not going to be early access because how many early access things are there going to be? I mean, those are going to run out over time, but they'll find different ways.
Well, just be a status. It could even just be a status symbol, like how they said it's the Soho House of Top Shot. And just really quick, Stan Love says wrong. It says guaranteed. It is guaranteed. Literally, I'm reading it, and it says, however, this does not mean guaranteed early access or that all Nine Lives Lounge will get access before anyone else. So it's just another avenue to get increased odds of getting in, which makes sense. And I just hope that regardless of how you feel about Nine Lives Lounge, whether you're in it or not, I just hope Top Shot continues to move forward and define things a little more clearly, so people who are buying into it know what they're getting into. People who are leaving know what they're leaving behind, and they don't get upset when they think the rules change. And people who are not in it can be like, okay, this is what I can expect. Because if you keep moving the goalpost, then obviously people are going to get frustrated.
But you can say that with the entire platform.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I mean, so
they can just say, hey, we're in beta. Sorry.
Right. Until, I mean, you got to kind of get everything ironed out along with the details of the Nine Lives Lounge.
Yeah.
Because everything's up in the air, and they don't know the answer to a lot of things until they test them and until they try them. Yeah, so, remember when we had challenges, when we had to hold a certain, Will Barton for $300 to finish a challenge, like that didn't work. So they pivoted, and now we do showcases where they're much more accessible. They're gonna test things with the Nine Lives Lounge to see what works, what's liked, what's disliked. And so I don't think they know the answer yet. And I think they need many more data points to figure out what the correct answer is before they can put a roadmap out there right now.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's a good point. And yeah, I just hope hopefully they get enough data points where they can define things a little more clearly.
And they will, but they're just not at that point right now. And they're not at that point with hardly anything on the platform right now.
Very, very fair. So. Very fair. Very fair. So I think there's a perfect transition into the NFL being on Dapper. Like, I know Mike and Greg and Dustin kind of talked about it a little, but I think they were more just kind of big picture, like what that's going to look like, and like the moments, and like how, will each player have a moment, stuff like that. But like, what do you think this does? So it looks like you can sign up for the early access using your Dapper account. So I would almost guarantee that your Dapper wallet that's attached to Top Shot and attached to the WNBA on Top Shot, which, I mean, it's on the same platform now, but we know they're going to separate them eventually. It's going to be the same wallet that's attached to NFL Top Shot. So do you think that we see NBA moments go up? Do we think they go down? Do you think people are holding? Do you think people are liquidating to go into the NFL? I know my account took a nice little bump and then kind of dropped down a little. But what do you think what's your strategy, and what do you think that's going to happen, like big picture wise with that? Because I think it's a really interesting thing that obviously if you can predict it confidently and want to take a risk, you might be able to make a lot of money off of it.
Well, I think big picture, everything is going to go up. I think just the amount of users is going to explode over the next 1 to 2 years. Mm-hmm. I mean, with kiosks in every arena, or most arenas, and every stadium, and at La Liga events, like just the amount of users that they're going to onboard, plus advertising and everything else that gets users on board, and the ease of how you onboard with Top Shot. when they transfer that over to football and football, just as long as they make it as easy to get on to the platform, which I have no doubts it will be as seamless, because they did it with basketball. I don't see why it would be as difficult. In fact, it'll be easier because they already have the people to do KYC right away. They have customer service reps to handle issues now. It's going to be seamless. It's going to be just like you getting on Top Shot for basketball right now. You use your credit card. You don't have to use ETH to get on to own the moments, and it's going to just get so many more users into the game, young and old. I mean, the football crowd might be a little older and less tech savvy, but the fact that you can get on with credit card, and the fact that you can get on hopefully one Dapper website, and then pick which sports marketplace you want to go to. Like, I think everything is going to receive more investment just based on the user base alone. And people may sell some basketball to get Dapper to buy football, but there's going to be so many more people that enter the market to make up for that amount of people that are selling basketball, that it's not even going to matter. I mean, how many, if we only have, less than, I don't know what number we throw out for the active users anymore for Top Shot, but it's not that many compared to the amount of, it's not that many compared to the amount of basketball fans and football fans and La Liga fans and UFC fans that are going to be onboarded in the next year or two. This number that we have right now is so minute that it's almost doesn't even matter how much money is invested at this point today. There's going to be so much more investment into moments from all the different sports that everything is going to increase.
100%
across the board. So I'm really not worried about the value of our basketball moments at all. I don't.
Long term, I'm definitely not, for sure. So Ronnie asked, I sure hope Dapper isn't burning their candles at both ends. And I know a lot of people have brought that up, but kind of like what you just touched on, where you're saying like they have customer support, they have they have like KYC, all this stuff. Like, they already have the infrastructure for this. Building Top Shot from the ground up was difficult because they're building something that's never been done before on a very new blockchain with its own set of rules and own technologies and all that stuff. But at this point, they have a blueprint. Like, converting Top Shot to NFL Top Shot, I would imagine, is not the hardest thing in the world, because they know, like, for example, I was talking to Candy. I don't remember if this was off camera or on camera, or maybe I heard this from someone else even, but they're talking about how, like, they don't store the video for the moment on the blockchain because, like, that obviously has a lot of memory, and, like, that's not what a blockchain is designed for. So these were problems they had to figure out when they developed Top Shot, but that's all those are ironed out now. So they can just take what they have with Top Shot, build, use that as the start for NFL Top Shot, and then customize it based on what the NFL uniquely needs. They're not starting from zero and not trying to figure out all these very difficult software technical problems, which I think is huge. And I think something that I think you and me speculated on a while ago was, do we think that Top Shot is purposefully not trying to is Top Shot purposely not trying to promote Top Shot because, like, they're busy building out infrastructure for a new wave of users? And I kind of think this kind of answered it, because if they knew the NFL was coming, they're like, oh, we will get a lot of new users. Let's just focus on building out our databases and our processors and servers and all that stuff, so we are more than ready when those new users start coming in, whether it's a massive wave or just a consistent amount of new users as it becomes a thing, for sure.
Yeah. They went from 40 employees to 450 over the last 8 months or something like that. Like, they're expanding and they're hiring. You see it on Twitter every single day. Them hiring new talent, new top tier talent.
I was about to say, yeah, they don't just hire anyone too. They hire like the best of the best. Like they really make sure they do. And I know I was talking to one of the employees when we were at Vegas, and he was telling me about his interview process and all that. And it sounded like they really make sure that it's not just. I think I talked to Candy about this as well, but they don't just make sure that this person is capable of the job, but they make sure that they're passionate about what they're doing, that they can work well as a team, that they're able to pivot to different projects, stuff like that. And like that vetting process really pays dividends, as we can see, because I mean, 10Xing your team, that is insane.
And they're going to need another 10X in the next year.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I don't know if you saw, Roham tweeted earlier today, before all this dropped, about they're going to acquire a non-NFT business next week. They're going to announce an acquirement. So they're even extending outside of the NFTs. And he didn't give any specifics as to what business they're going to acquire, but it sounds like they're just. It sounds like they're trying to take over the world almost. Like they're just like expanding. This is exciting to be so early on the Dapper platform.
Yeah.
I as stoked today as I have ever been, since I joined
100%
in January. I am super bullish tonight. Super bullish.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that they don't come for Jeb Corp, because I don't know if we can keep up right now, but I mean, the goal for Jeb Corp is to eventually take Dapper under its umbrella. So
I mean, if they need a Craig Kilborn and a Carson Daly,
true.
Like we could do their late night content, the midnight to 4 a.m. or midnight to 6 a.m., however long we go each night. Like
if
we could lock up that.
If we wanted to make it more authentic to like the Jacob streams, though, we'd have to get more of like a downward up angle. This straight on angle is maybe.
I got such a big nose, like you don't want to see my nostrils. Though.
Yeah,
I've got a Zakarian nose.
Rays, I don't know what market you're looking at, but the market has not been going down for quite a while.
Yeah.
Maybe you got in like late February, and a lot of people did, and maybe you got burned by that, and you're a little upset about that. And I understand. I think a lot of us did, but the marketplace is looking really, really good lately. I know my account, which was in the red for a decent amount of time, is very, very much in the green nowadays. And it's pretty exciting to say the least. And I've always, I've never withdrawn all the Dapper I've made. I've just bought more moments with. And I mean, I'm pretty excited, like the value of my account right now, but also just like what's to come in the future. Like once again, like a Deep Threat said, we're so early. And I think a lot of us, including myself, like didn't realize how early we were when things started to kind of crash, because we were like, oh gosh, like this is, maybe we got a little too excited about that.
Yeah. I mean, there was like real panic going on, and people like crypto people who know the crypto space were exiting left and right. And that was like the pivotal moment, I guess, a moment lasting 4 months or 5 months, but that was like the pivotal time period where it could have been a rug, or it can go to the moon, and we chose, and it looks like we're choosing the moon. So, but I know like a lot of people lost serious money during that point.
Yeah.
This is not financial advice. Do what you want what you do, go F yourself.
We do have those videos. I keep
forgetting. I know. I just thought about that.
We're not on my channel anymore. We can pull these up.
None of this is financial advice. Do what you love what you do. Something like that, right?
Something like that. Go F yourself.
Yeah. But no, I mean, I'm I've always been bullish on the platform. Whenever I put money in, I was just like, "Yep, I threw it away." Like,
Yeah.
I hope it comes back. I'm not throwing it away to throw it away, but at the same time, like, you can't expect to have it back. And I mean, I didn't throw anything away that I wasn't willing to lose or like couldn't afford to lose.
Sure. And that's important. That's important to only invest what you're comfortable with and not overextend yourself, because I mean, who knows? There could be another bear market around the corner and you can't get that money back out. Now, I think long term, the trajectory is going to be upwards, but there's going to be ups and downs. And, you know, please don't overextend yourself to where you're, you know, putting yourself in a bad spot. That being said, I just fired like, I don't know if we want to pivot here to some other topics, but I just bought like 11 packs of Dr. Seuss again today.
Nice.
Kudos to the Dr. Seuss FOMO, because they dropped at 3:00 and they were sold out at 3:03. They sold 5,000 packs in 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I personally am at this point, if I get access to Dr. Seuss, I don't think I'm touching it, just because there's so much more to get to put money into that I'm just like, you know what?
Right.
I'm not touching Dr. Seuss. I didn't get super early access, and I don't see the immediate like utility or value in this stuff, so I'm not going to risk it in this case for sure.
Well, people are trading like the top tier Dr. Seuss items for Top Shot moments now. And you're getting like labellos out of.
Well, you have just reeled me back in, sir.
It's crazy. Like,
are people? So this goes to Wow Lucky, who said he's not excited for the upcoming high circulating counts of S3. And then Maverick here is asking, are people ever going to value S3 other than trade tickets and rookies? So I think those will be the focuses. Is like Roham has kind of talked about, and other people have talked about this at Top Shot, of like going forward, especially they want commons to be super, super accessible. They want them to be $1 or $2. They want, if you buy one for $1, they don't want you to like, it shouldn't immediately be able to sell for $2. Like maybe you list it and it doesn't sell. Because they want those commons to be common. They want rares to be rare, legendary to be legendary. So I think there will be like some commons that hold value, obviously, and some exceptions for like the rookies and like some special moments that are reward challenges and stuff like that. But I do think that S3 will like be this massive shift into things not being so, having inherent value and automatic plus EV. And I think that's a good thing for Top Shot. So I'm a little nervous because it is something new and I don't want to accidentally get a little too ambitious and ape into something. But I'm very, very excited to see what this looks like and for Top Shot to break a few more eggs as they try to polish this thing up before they leave beta. Do we want to go to our owners club, rip some packs and talk about that a little?
No, I say we wait a couple more days before I rip some packs. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I have been waiting. I mean, I bought these things. So they were available at like Monday night at midnight. And I think I bought them at like 12:05 and I got 5 packs, and it's been the hardest thing that I've ever done in my entire life to hold on to them until Wednesday. So without further ado, let's rip some packs. Dude, I am excited to get into the marketplace and buy and sell and see what kind of awesome / garbage cards I'm getting tonight.
Yeah,
so let's get this thing going.
I'm really excited too. I think with the new contests coming out and stuff like that, and we'll talk about that once we get ripping. But yeah, I'm very excited I'm really hoping I get a Joker here, because I honestly think it's just gonna be something I sell to pay for all the cards and packs I've bought with a little on top.
Yeah.
Like I really don't want to. I don't think I'll use a Joker. If I get it, maybe I'll use it once or twice. But
It makes sense. It makes sense if you can get your investment out just by
Yeah.
selling one card. That makes a lot of sense
All right.
to just free roll the rest of the season.
gosh, I am so excited for this.
This is I've been waiting for 2.5 days. For
I have
this.
too. This has been some real fortitude to hold on to these. So let's see. Baltimore defense.
That's not bad. It's not a bad start.
Not bad. Carolina quarterback. Sam Darnold's been playing okay. Not super mad about that. Green Bay running back. Okay.
Now that's a wild card because Aaron Jones, I mean, you saw the other week he went for three touchdowns. Yeah.
So, I mean, this might be something that's worth just selling because you know how I feel about Aaron Rodgers. I do not want to touch him or any of the Green Bay Packers. Like after that great game he had, I might be able to get a pretty decent amount on this card.
Mm-hmm.
New Orleans wide receivers. It's not bad.
That's probably one of your low ball.
Pittsburgh tight end. That's a low ball.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is the big card right here.
Yeah.
So I'm cool with that. But once again, we're now not looking just for the best cards. We're looking for the worst cards as well. So let's
I love that wrinkle. I think I was asking for that like when they made the first announcement, like let's get lowball in here and on the very first stream. And they said, well, we got something up our sleeves that you guys might like, something like that. So I'm excited. Like it came a lot earlier than I thought it would.
I'm excited too. I think after I'm not going to sell anything until at least we have 1 week of it. But I think selling one of these Arizona tight ends might be a really valuable card in the lower end one. So we might see this thing spike a pretty decent amount. So that's one pack, not the best, but not the worst. And let's see what we got here. Oh gosh. I'd love to get a Joker.
Is this the same pack?
It's not the same pack. There we go. Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb.
That's the best. That and the Titans running back core are the two best cards for running backs. That's the score.
Hell yeah. Houston QB.
That is the opposite.
That's good. We don't want middle. We want the worst or the best. Wide receivers, Houston. This one's a wild card kind of.
Brandon Cooks can pop off here and there.
Brandon Cook, I have him on I think 2 of my fantasy teams, and
But you know what you can do is you can pair that quarterback and the receiver together for a low ball team, and if one stinks, the other one's going to stink too, right?
That's true. That's an interesting one. Okay, so once again, not the best pack, but I did pull a banger of a run.
Yeah, that was
So real quick, so I now I'll sell one of these.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Look at you, man. That's like the opposite of my running back group. Mine are so bad.
I mean, Kansas City running back's not that good. I know it sounds.
No, that's your worst one out of those 6.
You think Cincinnati has not done well either?
Mixon is a beast. Jonathan Taylor's a beast for Indy. Yeah, you got like most of the top running back cards.
Oh,
besides Derrick Henry.
I did not realize. Yeah, I don't have Derrick Henry. And then I feel like, it'll be interesting. I'm not going to sell anything. I'm going to play as many slots as I can for this new one because I know you have to have I think it's 45 or 6 cards in order to fully play every single available position for every single entry that you can. Yeah. So I'm gonna see what I can do. And on top of that, for buying a new pack, I get to do the exclusive new pack lineup, which is seems like a pretty good chance at winning as well.
The single entry one, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm definitely not selling anything right now, but after that, I think next week when we get on stream, it'll be really interesting to talk about that. So I'm gonna go ahead and stop sharing, and now we'll get to see if you have better luck than me. If you pull a Joker, I'm just gonna be like, damn. But I'm so excited to see what you got.
All right, let's see if I can set this up. I have not shared a screen before, so let's That's not right. All right, give me 1 second. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, I know this isn't Top Shot Rodney, but this is something that me and a deep threat, and I think Mike too, have gotten like super. I think Dustin as well, maybe even Greg, have gotten super into. I don't know. I really like it. I have 3 fantasy teams, and it seems to be like one team too much, maybe. But I mean, I'm doing really well in all 3 so far. But I like that this is kind of a simplified way of playing fantasy, and it's a different strategy. And I like that you kind of get to pick and choose different pieces as opposed to like, it's like, oh, like you draft and then like whatever free agents you're able to get.
All right. Can you see my screen? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
cool.
Let's get rolling.
All right.
Don't want to list it. You want to
oh yeah.
Yeah.
We just aped into a full 5 packs the other night because 6 wasn't enough from the first pack drop.
Yeah. So you have 11 packs total. That's
yeah.
And I don't know. I don't know if I told you, but I ended up buying. So I have 32 cards, and I only bought 2 packs the first time. So I had 11, but I ended up buying Raptor News' whole collection off of him.
Oh wow,
so
yeah,
that's
right.
So that's why I have so many now.
Yeah.
So I 3x'd my whole like hand
Gotcha.
off this. So
Gotcha.
all right, let's see what we get.
Here we go. There we go. Let's go. Finally a running back. Let's go. I'll take that.
There we go.
Yeah.
But hey, that could be good for worst. I got Miami defense.
Yeah.
New York, that one's kind of in the middle, maybe. I don't know how I feel about that one.
Yeah, he's gonna have his games. He likes to run around, so he can put touchdowns on the board because it's that's not a bad pairing option.
It's a good pairing. Yeah, it's good to have that pairing. And
tight end.
That's rough. No. Okay, so real quick before you open your next pack, Drunk Tree is asking what a quick overview of the Owners Club is. Never looked into it. Prizes each week. So yeah, the way it works is there's a bunch of different types of contests. There's side hustle where you play 2 cards, and then there's a main event where you play 5, like a whole team. And the idea is you have positions from teams. You don't have individual players, so you don't have to worry about injuries, which is really cool. And you're just picking, you're trying to get the highest score, or now there's some new contests where you have to get the lowest score, or something like that. But the idea is based on the cards, each of them are NFTs. Whichever one you hold, you get to set lineups each week, and there's prize money for every single week. So they've been really we're talking the Owners Club, Ryan. Oh, I like the profile picture, the Joker. But it's really interesting. It's something that kind of piqued my interest. I wasn't the most fond of like necessarily aping into it, but I kind of ended up doing it.
Yeah. See, this is where I'm making money because I got, Dallas, Arizona, Minnesota, Buffalo. I got this #1 Joker receiver. Like, I'm just smashing the wide receivers.
So serial numbers are not super important, but they're tiebreakers. So if you have lower serials, you get the edge in the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
I have Dallas wide receivers now too, which seems to be a pretty great card to have.
Yeah, but my running backs are just absolute garbage.
Well, you just got a good one. And according to Ryan, he thinks Washington running backs are going to smash.
Yeah. So. Antonio Gibson is good, but I don't know if his line is very good.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. All right, second pack. Here we go. I'm excited.
Yeah, you already got one good running back, which is a big W.
That's what I need. I need a running back core. My main event teams have stunk.
We could also trade. I have 2 Cincinnati running backs.
Yeah, we can work something out.
Yeah, we can look at that later. Atlanta
tight. Kyle Pitts. He's got talent. His quarterback stinks, and
Yeah, Matt Ryan puts up decent fantasy numbers. Denver quarterback.
It's Bridgewater. He's all right.
Yeah. Ho!
There's Devontae Adams.
Wow. So now
So,
you have
I've
now
been
you have the running. Oh wait,
I've been playing Rodgers, and I've been using my Joker as the Green Bay receivers, and that hasn't worked out for me. So now I don't have to worry about that anymore. I already have. That's exciting.
That's
because I've got Aaron Rodgers with that I can pair with that, so that's cool.
That's huge.
Man, this is nice. I think I've got like 2 of those already.
Jacksonville D.
Yeah, they stink.
Tampa Bay. No. I got excited for a
they
minute.
pass the ball like 40 times a game now with Brady.
Yeah, Rodney, this is kind of like moment ranks, except once again, not in like it's not players, but you're getting the players of those positions. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. I've had a lot of fun with it. I've won a little money. I've definitely put in way more than I've won so far, but there's a marketplace, and they're definitely building it out. And I mean, one of the reasons I ultimately kind of went into it was because I just felt like, oh, they're going to make this first year worth it for users for taking a risk on their platform. So,
if you play DraftKings at all or FanDuel or any of the other fantasy sites, this is right up the same alley. It's fantasy scoring, except that you own the players and there's no salary cap. You just play teams. You play one position.
I do love that injuries aren't you don't have to worry about
They're not a killer, right?
Yeah. So you don't, and especially right now with like the whole COVID thing going on, you don't have to worry about COVID like ruining like your chances. I know like Antonio Brown recently sat, and I mean luckily they didn't announce it right before the game or anything, but like if you like you don't have to worry about that with this.
Well, and I played week 1. I played Mostert, and he tore his ACL like the second carry of the game. Yeah. So all my DraftKings teams, not all, but a lot of my DraftKings teams were dust.
Tight end. That's kind of interesting.
That's Hooper and Njoku.
Njoku's had a decent game or two, but he did put up like nothing this last week. He almost cost me a game.
There's famous Jameis.
Yeah.
Not
a super exciting pack so far, but wide receivers
oh man, that's all right.
That's all right.
I mean, Deontay Johnson was out, so Deontay Johnson, Claypool, and Juju, and then James Washington also.
Yeah, it's really just if Roethlisberger can get it together.
It's his arm. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah. There was a highlight reel that someone put together on Twitter of him just messing up, and it was pretty hilarious. Like the one where he was running and just tripped on himself.
He's a disaster now. Like these quarterbacks just fall off a cliff. Like Peyton Manning was like,
he's old,
the best quarterback until he wasn't, and then he was like one of the worst quarterbacks the following season.
After arms just destroyed by the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, he just never was the same. To be honest, the only one who seems to just defy age is Tom Brady, and even then, we're all just waiting for that one season to eventually happen.
Yeah, I thought it was going to happen a couple of years ago.
I did too.
And like the very first game, he had a bad game, and I was taking victory laps with all my friends, and then he ended up, I don't know, winning the MVP or something like that.
Dude, when Tom Brady went to the Buccaneers, I was like, well, it's over. And I've always been a pretty big Tom Brady hater, but he proved me wrong so much and won the Super Bowl that I am not a Tom Brady hater at all now. Now I'm just like, yeah, he's the GOAT. Like what he's doing is unreal. Like I legitimately cannot like wrap my head around it. I am so blown away by his like talent and all that stuff. The JSON object is not happy.
What does that mean?
Just giving her a shot. It probably just timed out on the API call. Worst case scenario, you can just I think just refresh your browser if it happens again.
Come on, don't do this to me. I've been waiting. I've been waiting so patiently.
Jason's been a good boy. He's waited. Yeah. Yeah, refresh your browser real quick. Just hit the refresh button. And then hit cancel and just go to your
Cancel on you.
yeah. Go back to your pack
Oh, it's
page.
gone. Uh-oh.
Oh, maybe it opened. Refresh real quick. Okay.
Yeah, it did open.
Okay. Well, we can take a look at that after. Let's open the last one, and then we can just go through both of our teams. We'll leave yours up, and I'll have mine on the side here, and we can kind of just talk about what we got and like what our strategies might be. And like I said, I have 2 Bengals running backs. I wouldn't mind trading one possibly,
There we
and I
go.
have 2 Arizona tight ends. Like I feel like that'll be a pretty valuable card for the worst one for sure. Ghost of Dunbar's internet got you.
Damn,
Denver QB, that's a duplicate. That's rough.
that's my third one.
Oh gosh. Kansas City defense, that's an interesting one. I think who are they playing this week? I think that might be a really good card this week. If I remember correctly.
They got to put up a good game. Oh, running back. I was like, anything but a running back. I need a quarterback or a receiver from them.
What if it's just all Kansas City here?
Oh, that's my third Jets tight end too.
Oof.
I'm hitting the marketplace, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Oy,
Oh,
that is a garbage pack.
that's a really bad pack.
Put that pack back together. Dang, I should have sold that pack.
Yeah, I don't think selling packs are worth it whatsoever, though.
No, right now they're only going for like $10 more than what you bought them for.
Yeah, and I mean, if you pull a good card, like I know the Dallas wide receiver is going for like a solid like 150-ish. So
Okay, so the pack that I didn't get to see, I got the Indianapolis
QB
quarterback, which is
not
Wentz,
great.
which isn't good. Yeah. Let's see the wide receiver.
Arizona wide receiver.
Arizona. Yeah, I got a duplicate Arizona wide receiver. I can
you
sell that for. Yeah, I've already got one there.
Yeah, that's a banger.
Look at my wide receivers, man. Jeez. LA, Dallas, Arizona, Minnesota, Buffalo, a Joker,
Yeah,
Green Bay.
all
All
trade
bangers, man. Dang.
I'll trade you a wide receiver for a running back. I feel
Yeah,
like.
we can do that.
Yeah, running back.
Oh, I got a duplicate Washington running
Yeah.
back. Gibson.
Not great.
Who I like. I mean, I like Gibson, but
Yeah,
they're just
Ryan said in the chat that he was he'd be good for this week, and it seems like Ryan knows what he's talking about.
Oh, hey, I picked up an Arizona tight end too.
Nice, possibly the worst card.
No, not the worst one.
You don't think so?
I mean, Jacksonville's tight end is bad. The Jets tight end is bad.
I think the Arizona tight end has gotten me a solid like 6 points over 3 weeks, and put up a 0 the first 2 weeks, which is like once I'm very
That's
excited
crazy.
for the worst one. Yeah,
because the Cardinals are putting up like 40 points a game.
I know, yeah, but he just does not throw to the tight end, or maybe he does, and the guy's just dropping it. I don't know. I haven't really watched their games besides like red zone.
Yeah.
2 Jets defenses. That's rough. Oh, and 2 Miami defenses.
I know, and 2 Green Bay defenses, and they
Yikes.
well, yeah, they're okay, I guess.
They're okay.
I got the Rams defense, who's my number 1 defense that I play on my number 1 main event team each week.
Nice. Yeah, that's not bad. I've got 2. Yeah, I don't know who my best right now. I've got Miami, Seattle, New York, Philadelphia, and the Ravens. I guess my best is the Ravens out of those, but I don't have great. I have kind of slim pickings for sure.
Yeah,
Arizona. Geez, Ryan knows it all. Arizona has gone 0, 9, and then 1 or like 2. So. Yeah, having that is not the worst move for this. I think this worst move, this like lowest point score is like will be very interesting. Part of me was tempted to buy up the floor because I knew that they were going to announce that, but I was like, oh, I don't want to convert my ETH and like have to deal with all that. I'm just going to chill with what I have. And then
plus with so many new packs hitting the market, also,
Yeah,
that there would be
I
some
didn't think it was
undercutters from that too.
Yeah, I didn't think it was worth the gamble. But that being said, like, I mean, getting a Raptor News' collection, like, I feel like he gave me a pretty decent deal on it, and I helped him get out of something that he did not want to be a part of.
Yeah.
But because I know in the chat he was just like, oh, like, am I stuck with this? So I'm glad that we were both able to benefit from that. So I'm hoping that with my 32 cards, I have a little more of a spread and a little more choice to, like, at least put up a good lineup for the new pack, like, buying event. And then I'll obviously definitely have some good lineups for the
And
bad.
there's two different contests with the bad cards. There's your full team, and then there's the one where you just use defense and tight end.
Yeah, but that's
Misfits one.
that's highest score for defense and tight end. I think. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Yeah, you could be right. I think that is a high score.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I'd have to double check.
Here, I'm looking it up real quick. Let's see. I've got the thing here.
Yeah, but it'll be interesting for sure.
Yeah, most points wins. You're right.
Yeah.
Right.
So, like, you have to have a whole bad full team, which I feel like I have a pretty decent one going. Once they get the new contest rolling, there'll be a totally 4 to 2 cards you can play each week. Should be interesting. Yeah, exactly. Jump from 21 to 42, I think, is a big change, and I think it'll get rid of a couple. There'll be less contestants because there's some people that wanted to get out. Like Raptor News, he sold me his collection, and I mean, hopefully, I didn't just lose more money in this project, but.
It's so interesting, like, some of the strategy, though, like, because you're playing against other people, but then you also have a finite amount of cards that you're trying to organize in the most optimal way as it pertains to your collection. Yeah. So it's not like daily fantasy where you have the entire player pool to choose from. You just have to fit under the salary cap. Like, you have to you have to do the puzzle that way, where on this platform, your puzzle is the pieces that you have in your hand and how you can put them without knowing the outcomes of the games at all, like, in the best positions for the best contests, which is, Ryan, me too.
Same.
Like, I've probably spent way too much time, like, trying to figure out, like, which cards go onto which teams and for which contests, like, and adding new contests to this with a low ball and then a defense tight end. Like, do you play your best defense on the 2-card team or your main event team? Like, there's so many different things to think about. Like, I know some people put their teams together in 5 minutes. I'm taking like 2 hours to figure out, like,
you and me would definitely have to talk about, because for me, I only had 11 cards, so there wasn't too much planning on my end. I was just like, this is what I have to do, kind of. But now that I have 32, like,
now you're playing a different game.
Yeah, exactly. So
sure.
I'm excited to talk about it. Maybe, like I said, maybe we could get a trade, because I do have double Joe Mixon, but I think my wide receiver core is okay. Oh, I've got double Houston wide receivers, so maybe I'll sell one or something like that. But I do have Dallas. I have my wide receiver core is not great. I have Seattle and Dallas are probably my two best.
Those are good. I mean, I love Seattle's receivers. They pretty much only throw to DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett.
Yeah, exactly. No, I paired Seattle in the side hustle with my Rams quarterback, and I think I won $40 once. So it'll be good to see, like, what I can do now that I have a little more to play with. But yeah, I'm excited. It'll be interesting. I think once everything, this is what we said last week, but once everything really, like, pans out, we'll really see, like, where what we can do strategy wise with it and really dive into the weeds, which I'm excited about.
Yeah, I'm excited to get on the marketplace and start listing some stuff and buying, and then seeing the Thursday night game and how that affects like what you buy and sell or where you play them. Like, I think the OTM guys did a really good job, especially it being their first crack at it with how they put this together. You can tell it's really well thought out, and yeah, I'm having a good time.
Do you have all three of your crypto dads still?
I do.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Same. I think
as long as they haven't been like stolen or anything, like I haven't gone and checked on them since I moved them over to my other two accounts, but I'm assuming I still have all three of them.
Yeah. The floor's been holding above 1, which is crazy. I don't know. Real quick, I just want to mention this because I think it's so funny. But have you been in the Discord at all? The Crypto Dads Discord recently?
I peek in there like once a day, but
have you seen that Ted Cruz is now like level 40 in it, and he's a legendary dad, and he's basically like the leader of the like Crypto Dads Discord.
Really?
Yes. He texted me randomly, and he was like, hey, like, you should hop in here. Like, this is where I'm at. Because him and I haven't texted a lot lately.
Yeah.
And me being sick, like, I had to slow down with other stuff. And I was like, hey, like, how's it going? Because I know with him and me have both been slammed with work. And he's just like, yeah, I'm pretty much just working, and I'm in the Crypto Dads Discord. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, I'm almost level 40. And then he got made a legendary dad. So he's one of like 5.
Wow.
And he's level 40. So he's like the top dog in the entire Discord. It is so hilarious.
Oh my gosh, what is he doing there? Like,
dude, he's just memeing. Today we were celebrating Woo Back Wednesday, obviously. RIP Pop Smoke. But yeah, it was so funny. Yeah, Drunk Tree was in there. I grinded from like level 8 to 16 yesterday. I'm 17 now. I'm gonna try and get up a little higher just in case, like, just because now that actually Ted Cruz is out there, I feel like I was like, okay, I gotta get this high level so I can like hang with the big dogs. And now that like one of my friends is in it, but I just think it's so funny because before his introduction to NFTs was the day before we left to go to Summer League. I was like, hey, you should buy your starter packs before we go to Summer League, because that way your account's all set up when we get these moments. And he's like, sure, Michael, like whatever you say, you seem to know what you're doing. You're pretty smart. So I'll like make an account and I'll buy like my first packs and all this stuff. And then
2 months later, he's a legendary. Yeah, he's an icon in like.
He has a crypto dad
blue chip.
Yeah. He has a crypto dad. He's like one of the biggest people in this massive Discord.
Wow.
He has a Top Shot account that he's like constantly like adding to and asking me questions about. Like, he has jumped feet first in NFTs, and he's teaching me about like stuff now, and I'm just like, oh my. He's like, yeah, have you seen this project? I'm like, no. He's like, yeah, so I've done some research, and like the roadmap seems pretty good and all that. Like, you should take a look. I'm just like, oh my gosh, like literally like a little over a month ago, you thought like this was such a foreign concept to you. So,
yeah.
So funny. Like it's hilarious.
I went in and I bought a PFP. It's called Hoodlums, and it's the first PFP on Flow.
Oh, I saw that. It sold out. I was tempted to buy it.
Did it sell out? So I got some FOMO when they said there was like a couple hundred left, and they take credit card, which was huge. So I didn't have to worry about getting the ETH over there, because I'm still not really comfortable moving ETH around. So just putting it on the card is so much easier and
so much less stressful.
Oh my God. And if something goes wrong, you just cancel it, right? Yeah. Where if something happens to your ETH, it's just gone forever, which is especially with people who aren't comfortable with it.
Yeah. And I saw it's the first generative art NFT on Flow. I saw Roham tweeted about it, LG tweeted about it, girl dad tweeted about it. I hesitated, and I kind of wish I just went ahead and got one, because like obviously if like the space is so small that like if big names like that go into it, it's almost a guaranteed like profit. So I do wish I would have gotten one, but I like the artwork. Actually, I think it's really good, and that's a lot more than we can say about a lot of these projects. So it'll be interesting. I do think NFTs are about to explode in October. I think it'll get real interesting. Did you check what yours looked like? I know Raptor News in the Discord was showing people how to like take a look at it if you wanted to not wait for the reveal, because you can access like the metadata and stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he posted like a video for Real Rad Dad in there. It was interesting, but yeah, I think NFTs are about to kind of blow up this month. I don't even exactly know why. I think it's partly just because like crypto has a trend of like downtrending on in September and then kind of popping off in October. And obviously, since NFTs are so closely correlated to crypto, it makes sense that they'll follow a similar trend. So I'm hoping that's the case. And if that's the case, it's great for crypto dads, because they're rolling out moms around that time. And hopefully we catch that wave and ride that thing. Cole Anthony bought a creature. My boy. Yes, that's literally what I was saying. Yeah. Those are way out of my price range, like even before Shaq and all of them bought one. But those seem to be an interesting project. I definitely, now that Top Shot is getting a little more active, I think I'm going to dial it back on the NFTs a bit. I only have so much mental bandwidth, especially with work. Being so busy, I can't unfortunately dedicate too much time. And I do have a lot of like really exciting content I want to roll out this month. A lot of collaborations in the tube with a lot of like different content creators of different types, not just YouTubers too. I'm really excited to do some content with a couple interviews that I have lined up that I'm really excited. One in particular that I hope goes like 5 hours, because I feel like it'll be so great.
Chris, my thing isn't loading. It's just stuck on the loading screen. So
okay.
I think there's going to be some glitches with that.
Are you doing Yondo?
I don't know. Like I'm in the Discord, but I haven't and I've looked around, but
yeah, I've decided I'm not totally doing it. Might be a big mistake, but I do like the crypto dads a lot, and I think that's my main focus for now. And I don't know, Yondo Mondo, their interview with Team Hold seemed a little too vague, and I just didn't I don't know. It didn't like blow me away like it did with crypto dads, which I was kind of already sold on them, and then the interview with the creators, I was very sold on them. Yeah, I'm kind of on the fence, and because I have a limited bandwidth, I'm just deciding not to do it. And the crypto dads devs are incredible. Like, they are so on top of everything. They're so meticulous, and everything is like, it is really impressive. And so I feel like that's kind of the standard, because I don't have all this ETH, at least for now, to throw around and just take shots and where I can swing and miss on 2 projects and hit on 1 and still be good. Like, I'm not at that point yet. So I feel like Crypto Dads is kind of the gold standard I want to hold for like the projects that I look into. The next one I am kind of going to look into is with Evan Mendoza, the player for the St. Louis Cardinals. He's a Crypto Dad holder, and he's starting one called Diamond Dogs, I think. He's in the Crypto Dads Discord a lot, and of course he's like BFFs with actually Ted Cruz, because Ted's the king in there. But I DM'd him and was like, hey, like, would you be down to do an interview or something like that? So that's one of the videos this month that hopefully happens.
Cool.
is talking with him. And so I'm going to obviously have to do my research on him as a Major League Baseball player and as his project before that interview. So, and actually Ted Cruz was talking to me about it and telling me that he thinks it's like a really good project and he's super interested in it. So we'll see. Yeah, the baseball player. Yeah, seems a super nice guy. Was really pleasantly surprised. But once again, it helped that actually Ted Cruz was in the Discord and just tagged him and said, hey, like you should do a video with actually Jeb Bush. And Evan was like, yeah, anything for Ted. So funny.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't get over it.
Yeah. Only with me only holding like the dads, like I'm just kind of at their mercy as far as when they drop the moms and the tots and all that. And then after that, for better or for worse, like I'll probably miss out on a bunch of projects, but I don't really see myself dumping in a whole lot more ETH or anything like that. I know, yeah, you've been doing some work this week with some NFTs, right?
Yeah. So this one I got a bit ago. It's called One of You. I posted in the Discord a while ago, but I think it's interesting. Basically, there's 120 tickets, and there's an artist attached to this, and you get to pick what your NFT is. It goes by number. So they start at 1 in the Discord, and they're just going through it, and you can choose if you want to redeem your ticket or hold on to it or whatever. And this artist who has like really good work. I don't know how to. I've seen like some of her other work is on OpenSea, and it's like really beautiful artwork. So having that artist make something completely unique, I think is super interesting. It's a one of one. So if someone ahead of you asks for something, you can't ask. No one else can ever ask for that. So the first person had an NFT done of Pepe the Frog. So now there can be no other Pepe the Frogs as the one of one, which I think is a really cool idea, especially since it's coming from such a talented artist. So I got in on that on the release. I think not a lot of people really necessarily know about it, but I figured why not? At worst case scenario, I can get like a really cool picture of like me or like something that I would enjoy. I got number 81, so I'm praying to God no one asked for Kobe, because then I can get an 81 point Kobe thing done.
Oh yeah, there you go.
But we'll see. And then the other one that I found recently, I found this on Twitter, and I guess I've started to become a bit of an influencer, I guess, because
are you actually Ted Cruz of this project?
Basically, because I tweeted about this, and it's like so many people suddenly were interested. I was like, gosh darn it, like I can't just tweet about something without more people trying to get what I want. But I found this guy randomly on Twitter, and I really liked his artwork. And so he's done a couple releases. I was not early enough to get the 101 LeBron or the 101 Curry, which the first two drops, and I just missed it. But I was able to get one of the Jaws. He released 5 of these, and then one of the Giannis's. He released 5 of them also. And Mike got one of the Giannis's as well. So this project's super, super early. I don't know. I just like the artwork, and I figured like that point god or whatever his artwork is, like people like that a lot and pay a decent amount. So I was like, oh, this could be the same. And I really wanted the Kobe too. So this is gonna be a 1 of 1. He hasn't released it yet, but I'm really fiending for that Kobe. So yeah, that's kind of what I haven't been going out too crazy, because like I said, I don't have tons of ETH to like burn, but those are the four projects I'm in right now. The Owners Club, Crypto's Dads, this One of You, and then the National Beast Association. I know I might do an interview with him as well, the artist for this, so that could be good. Yeah,
You looked at that at all? The record shop?
Yeah. So I'm in on that. Let me pull that up. Actually, for better or for worse, I really aped in recently. They had Yeah, let me sign in real quick. They had a drop that was a stress test, and they were releasing one. They were releasing $1 stress test packs. So I bought 98 of them.
There you go.
Because I figured, hey, it's like one like so. These 2 packs dropped and they sold out pretty quick, and I think they're 18 a piece. And I paid, and I think they're going for like 5, 6, 7x. So I was like, you know what, like $1, it's hard to get lower than that. Like, why not? Like, instead of buying one rare pack or something like that, like let me buy 98 of these and see what happens. Yeah, that's right. Afro Fofo. Yeah, I did it right. Okay. Every time now I have to make sure I get it right. But thank you, sir. Thanks for tuning back in. I know I'm not super invested into this project. I don't know. They have another drop tomorrow. I know the First Mint guys are like super into it. So like if you want any information about it, like check out Phil D's Twitter. He tweets about it a lot. That's where I've gotten most of my information. I don't think I'm going to go for it. It's $20 a pack. And like the higher the price, like the more risky it gets in the sense of demand. But this is, to me, this was like buying $1 Top Shot moments. It's like if this project has any exactly, yeah, but if this project has any legs, like these will be worth a decent amount in the future. So I'm just gonna forget about my packs here for a while. I don't plan on selling them anytime soon. But yeah, they have these packs that are dropping. They're going, I think it's $20 a pack, and each pack has 8 items, maybe 6. Yeah, I think I'm gonna skip this one. But I do have 98 packs and 2 of these Genesis jumbo packs. And
no, that's on Flow, right?
I think so. It seems Ryan knows what he's talking about here. So if you happen to know Ryan, let me know.
Is that where you can use a card for that?
Yeah, I use a credit card. Yeah, okay. It's on Flow. Yeah, and so it's actually kind of funny. The reason I stopped at 98 and not at 100 is because my credit card company finally, after 98 separate $1 purchases, was like, "Oh, hey, like there might be something going on here." And I was like, "Oh, thanks." It only took 98 separate transactions for you guys to worry if this is me or not.
I heard they were doing that with the Dr. Seuss too. You'd hit a lot of card companies were cutting you off after a certain limit of transactions.
Well, just because they're like, who in their right mind would pay like buy this many of like so and so,
right?
So yeah. They use Shopify as a storefront, very, very easy to use. Yeah, the user interface is super user friendly. It looks very crisp and clean. I really like a lot of things about it. I don't personally understand the complete utility of it. I know I've watched a bunch of interviews with the CEO, super smart guy.
He's really involved too, from what I've heard.
Super involved. Yeah. I mean, he was on the First Mint. He did spaces and stuff like that. So like, him and Roham like are kind of redefining like what a CEO should be. I mean, we don't know if this project will take off like Dapper has. But yeah, right now the stress test packs are going for $1.78. The time I checked before, they're at $1.94. So I think they're going to go down before they go up. Over like 25,000 of them sold. And that's like a much bigger amount than any other pack. So like I said, I don't plan on selling them anytime soon. Literally just going to forget about them and come back like maybe even a year from now. And just like if they're 10 or more dollars, like a cool 10x is not bad. I don't love the artifact part, but I love the music part. I talked with Obi before in the Discord about adding different artists. Yeah, so that's kind of where the whole utility part I don't completely understand, because this is very, very, very early. So I know a lot of people like Raptor News and our Mayor Big Ticket and Neil Diamond Hands and some other guys were just buying packs and like flipping them immediately. And that's what it seemed like. That's what Mike does with a lot of like NFT drops and stuff. But I'm someone who tends to buy something and hold. I don't sell right away. I usually like if I'm pretty careful with what I buy. So if I buy something, I believe that it's going to have some intrinsic value. I do that with sneakers. There's a lot of people who buy sneakers and sell them right away and take a little, like a nice little piece of profit off top. I'm someone who buys sneakers and just hoards them and then sells them like years later for like massive profit margins. And I think like I said, I'm going to do that the same for this. I've put like less than $150 into this, just going to forget about it and hopefully come back and the stress test packs like have some sort of utility that people care about and are willing to pay like $5 to $10 for, maybe even more, and open them up because it's the very first stress test pack. So if this, once again, if this has any legs, it's got to have some sort of utility and some sort of like significance and value. So we'll see.
Gotcha.
Yeah, been dipping my toes into a couple projects, but I'm kind of excited to get back to Top Shot and just focus on that.
Yeah,
because there's so many different discords and so much stuff that like you have to think about and focus on.
Yeah, I'm not like I'm much more apt to do something that's on Flow. Like I'm just slowly becoming a Flow maxi, I guess. Like I feel like if I keep the majority of my stuff on that network, that I'll be able to move stuff around easier and maybe get one Dapper wallet for everything that I own. Like that would be nice to just have one account on there and pretty much do whatever you want.
I think one thing that doesn't get talked enough about, partly because a lot of the people who would talk about it have a massive like disinterest in this happening. Like they wouldn't want this to happen because they have so much money in like ETH and stuff. Is I think ETH is like, so ETH coming from a software developer standpoint, ETH is like ancient technology. And as they try to upgrade it and they try to go to ETH 2.0, they are building upon all this garbage ancient code. And since like Cardano and it seems like Flow too, like there are multiple, I think Polkadot too, there's multiple chains out there that like really have taken what ETH was and perfected it and made it and started from the bottom too. They're not building upon broken code and trying to go back and fix things. They're doing it right from the beginning. And that's like, I mean, Cardano NFTs are starting to get a little traction. But the big thing is there's not gas for everything. Like Cardano, there's not gas.
That's huge.
Flow, there's no gas.
So like, huge.
Yeah, and ETH, like there's such a small amount of people buying NFTs right now. Such an insanely small like community right now. If this thing goes mainstream, ETH becomes completely unusable.
Right.
So I mean, we might even
because each transaction will cost $5,000 or something.
Yeah, there was someone who spent $23 million on a transaction, like over the weekend or something like that. It obviously it was accidental, but it's because gas spiked so high and he just happened to have that much ETH in his like wallet at the time.
What?
Yeah, and I think he was just transferring ETH to a different wallet or something like too. He wasn't even buying like an NFT or something. Yeah, it was insane. And that's an example of like why ETH is like fundamentally broken and ancient and old. And so I do think that ETH is ancient technology and NFTs on ETH. Like it'll be interesting because like a lot of people are like, oh, punks will have value, be worth millions for forever. And so will Bored Apes and stuff like that. And they probably will, but it'll be interesting to see what happens when eventually like Cardano and Flow and all of these other blockchain technologies that have far superior tech, like catch up with ETH. Because the thing with ETH is they just had time. Like, so they're like all this stuff with Cardano, they just released smart contracts, but they're still so early. Like you really can't do a lot with Cardano yet.
So here's a new question. If I have crypto dads, eventually will they be able to be transferred to Flow?
That I don't know. I don't know how that works. Currently, I don't think that's possible. But
currently, no. But eventually, like, can you? I don't know.
So I don't think right now you can, but it's very possible. It's very possible that in the future, once again, this is like as much as I know about software, I don't know the most about blockchain technology in particular. So I know Cardano is like releasing tools that allow projects to convert from ETH to Cardano very easily. So
Okay.
maybe you couldn't move a crypto dad to a Cardano or a Flow wallet, but if the project decides that they're
Sure.
changing,
Sure.
then you would be allowed to have it in this other wallet.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know like if that technology even existed or was possible. So that's helpful.
It's very experimental, very kind of in the early stages, not a lot of practical uses of it happening yet, but it does exist, and they are like perfecting it and trying to convince. I know Cardano is like really doing a lot to be like, hey, like, do you want your project to succeed if it's not already established? Like, come and switch to us. We have this converter that makes it really easy, and you don't have to worry about your users getting burned by gas fees and losing stuff and all that. So I do think ETH like has a finite lifetime for sure. Which is interesting because there are very pro ETH people in the NFT space, and obviously why not? They've made a ton of money, and they probably still hold it in ETH so they can buy and sell NFTs.
Yeah.
They don't want ETH to just drop like a rock. But
I guess that answers my question as to, like, I've been wondering for a while why ETH isn't as expensive as like Bitcoin.
Well,
like, it's probably supply, right? But
it's
another thing is
functions too. So Bitcoin is just like a store of value. It's like gold. Like there's no Bitcoin NFTs, and they're never
right.
But ETH is like all about like storing information, not just value. So once again, there's just better blockchains out. Sorry, there's better blockchains out there. And I mean, Flow is a great example where they're showing you like, look at all of this that we can do, and Flow is still so early. So one thing that I talked to Candy about, she is an OG CryptoCat user. She has like at one point she had 9,000 CryptoCats.
That's crazy.
CryptoKitties. Now she has 8K because she's just been giving them away. But like she said, she was saying, we were talking about it, and she was like, look, like CryptoKitties, it's definitely not dead. Like people are paying insane amounts for CryptoKitties still, but she's like, it's slowed down a lot because of gas fees. Like it was never like designed for you to have to pay $100+ to breed 2 CryptoKitties.
Right.
But so CryptoKitties is made by Dapper. It is only a matter of time before CryptoKitties goes from ETH to Flow.
Sure.
And once that happens, once they create the tool to do that and prove it works successfully, there will be other projects that'll move probably from ETH to Flow, because Flow is clearly a superior product in so many ways, and it's only going to get better. Like they're still such the early stages of Flow. So, I mean, we'll see projects abandoning ETH. We'll see projects dying on ETH. But then that theoretically being said, like less people on ETH means gas fees goes down. So like, where does that equilibrium hit? But I definitely think there's a lot of people in the NFT space who probably don't understand like blockchain technology and cryptocurrency that much. And they're just like, they've kind of lucked into like, well, I'm talking specifically about people who are super pro ETH, who think like ETH is going to like 10K, and that NFTs on ETH is like the peak of technology and all that stuff. Shout out my boy Kyle. Dude, Kyle's great. He's on Twitter. He responds to my tweets, hits me up in the DM. Super great guy. Thanks for the membership, Kyle. But there's so many people that are pro ETH that like really don't have any clue on how it works, and they're just, and you can hear it like, I don't want to name any names, but like you can hear it like there's certain interviews I'll listen to with NFT people, obviously because I'm pretty new to the space and trying to learn, and they'll spit out buzzwords about ETH, but it's like, okay, you don't really know what you're talking about. You just know that like ERC20 is like an important word to say. And I think that I think it'll be interesting because we are so early, and it's so easy to forget that when we've seen me seeing like people who have made like millions off of JPEGs, and I'm here just like, gosh, like how I feel very, very late, but we are so early, and there's gonna be so many different iterations and evolutions of NFTs. We're really scratching the surface of NFT technology as a whole, but I do think the ETH blockchain is a limited time, and it will die to some degree. I don't think ETH goes to 10K. I think ETH eventually hits like maybe even sub 1K and just stays there. And certain projects, maybe like CryptoPunk stays on it because they're so expensive anyway that there's not tons of transactions.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, yeah. And
it's like it being on ETH is part of its history. But I could see even Bored Apes leaving it, where they're just like, yeah, like we have a pretty decent amount of transactions that happen, and we want our users to have like the best experience on it, and we're dropping lots of different pieces like they did with the mutated apes and stuff like that. So yeah, it'll be interesting. I don't know. I'm at this point, I'm kind of just rambling, but it is something that I find very fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the hoodlums were the first whatever it was on Flow, and I'm like, yeah, sign me up. If I can pay with my credit card, sign me up. I'll take one.
You said
just to be the first, whatever it is.
Yeah, you
profile
said
picture or generative art or whatever. The first something on Flow, like, yeah, take my money is literally my that was my thought process. Was like, it's affordable, sure. Let's do a first of something on Flow. Like, that was all the research I needed to do. And if it doesn't work out, then I'm out $100. But
yeah,
I've wasted that on worse things. So much worse things.
Yeah. So. Yeah, definitely. Oh, all right. I think that's a good point to stop. We kind of saw like 3 hours, and I mean, I know for you especially, it's like 1 a.m. there, right?
Yeah, 1:15. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Kyle minted a hoodlum as well. I feel like a lot of people got.
Yeah, a couple of us did. So I'm excited to see like what I got.
Yeah.
But I was reading through their Discord for just a little bit, and they were having some issues with some bugs and whatnot. So I don't know. And they said that there won't be a marketplace for a couple months. So I guess we're just sitting on them and holding them for a while. But
yeah,
I'm excited. I mean,
it's the same.
I don't need to flip everything. So.
Yeah, it's the same thing with my record shop stuff. I'm forgetting about it. If it doesn't pan out to anything, then I lost $100. Right. If it does, nice. Like, we'll see what happens. Because right now you can't even withdraw from record shop. You can't use your credit to buy more record shop stuff. So if you sell, you can't use that. So that's another reason why I'm like, there's no point in selling. Like, I can't use that to accumulate. Like, I have to spend credit card right now. So
gotcha.
Yeah, but it's been fun in this off season to kind of to dip my toes into a couple projects and get a little excited and be a little more open minded about things. I feel like I was the last person beating the drum on I will never buy like a PFP NFT or any of that garbage. And at some point I fell, but I'm enjoying it. And at least right now I seem to be in the green with Crypto Dads pretty significantly. So I'm hoping that continues. And we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
But
I'm excited to go look up the Roham interview in the lounge and see what all was said. We were streaming the whole time that he was in there, so I'm stoked about football. I know it's 1:15, but man, I'm going to be up for a little while.
Dude, perfect. Yeah. No, it's Deep Threat. You're about to become a real Dapper whale. I'm excited.
An NFL OG. I mean, that's huge.
That's bigger than being an NBA OG, to be honest.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Especially if you can pull those like Mahomes or Brady TSDs, like, or I guess they won't be called TSDs, but those first moments of like those key players, like especially Brady and like and Mahomes, those two like are going to be worth their weight in gold. But yeah, I mean, we're so early. Like, even though I probably won't get closed beta access, I might. I got a lot of people to sign up via the invite, and I'm hopefully going to keep getting more. I'm hoping to finagle my way in there, but even if I don't, I'm not too worried because I know I'll be pretty early when they open up the closed beta, and
everyone that gets in this season is going to be super early, regardless if it's the first month or if it's the fourth month. Like
I'm so excited for that marketplace to open and for us to have so much more strategy to talk, and we'll be able to combine NBA marketplace with the NFL marketplace. It'll be so fascinating. There's gonna be so much correlation, but at the same time, so much separation between the two. Yeah, it'll be great. All right,
cool. Thanks everyone for hanging out with us all night.
Another marathon.
Some of you guys are on East Coast time like I am, so I appreciate everyone staying up. Halfway through the night with us.
You guys. We
love chatting with everyone. We had our first guest today, which was awesome. Talking with Kevin.
Big milestone. Dude, I'm so excited to have more people on in general, but to have Kevin on again. He was great, and I love it when I'm not the smartest person in the room, and when it comes to WNBA, I'm probably the dumbest, and so there's so much for me to learn. And I've just been absorbing as much as I can, like a sponge. And having Kevin on, I would love to have a stream in the future where we have Kelsey and Kevin on. Because I think just watching the two of them go back and forth would be super, super awesome.
We got a couple more drops that we can talk about here in the next week or two. So
thanks, Matt. Just drop a like. We'll say you were here the whole time. I won't tell anyone. But the WNBA talk was great. I feel like I learned the most I have about the WNBA in that short window that I have doing all my own research and kind of learning about stuff. Wow. Everyone's just jumping on now apparently, but, thank you to everyone for sticking around, jumping on the marathons that me and a Deep Threat go on. I know you and me could even go longer, and that's
for sure.
That's kind of the scary part.
And and eventually we're gonna have guests pop on here and there, just randomly. If you guys want to just pop on it and chit chat with us for a couple minutes, I would love to talk to any of you guys that are here in the chat on stream. So just send me a DM and if you just want to find a topic that you're passionate about and chat with me and Jeb, I'm all for it. Just shoot me or Jeb a DM and we'll send you the link. And we'll get you on one of these.
And especially guys in Australia, it seems like our stream times tend to be perfect for you guys. So, I know A1 Andy, when you and me first started streaming, said he'd be super down. And when he was on Team Hold, he was great. So I would love to get to talk to A1 Andy. I've seen Maccabeard on the stream before and would love to talk to him. But it would be great to continue to get more people on and get to know them. And everyone obviously at this point, everyone who's a name we recognize, I feel has a lot of valuable information that they can add. Just being in the space, and everyone has a different strategy and all that. And it's been fun to learn on the Discord, and I feel like it'll only get better for as we bring people on and can talk to them face to face. Wow! Shout out to Gurjot.
Oh, good morning, Gurjot.
Yeah, I see him in the Discord all the time too. So thanks for stopping by. But thanks for joining me on this marathon again, Jason.
Until next week.
Until next week, we'll do it again. Thanks everyone for watching. Hope you guys have a great day. And we did not use our props nearly enough, so let's pick a good one to go out with. That's the other thing. I need to familiarize myself. I need to jump in here on my own one day and familiarize myself with some of these. Definitely we're gonna go out with big ticket. So see everyone. Hope everyone has a good day, whether you're starting it or ending it. And we'll see you in the Discord, and we'll see you next week.
See ya.